coming. Probably stuck in the same traffic light that I was at. Okay, I'll just take 17 straight down. It's that light at Mathis Ferry that takes a while. Oh, sorry. Thank you. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I got here a little bit early today. So I'm not going to be late 2 weeks in over 2 months in a row. So give him another minute. Every time the door opens, I think it's going to be him. Mhm. Yeah, starting next month, it'll be busier too with school and such. Okay. Alright.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Bids and Purchases Committee here, Monday, August the 4th. It's a little bit past 8:15. We were waiting on Howard, but I'm sure he'll be here shortly. But we'll go ahead and get started. So item number 1 was called to order. Item number 2 is approval of the minutes from the June 30th, 2025 meeting.
Move to approve, Mr. Chair.
All right, second. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes have it. Public comments. If anybody has any public comments, you're welcome to step up to the podium and give us a couple of couple of a minute or so, 2 minutes to give us whatever you would like to tell us. Seeing nothing? Golly, that's great. Usually people want to fuss at us. No, I'm just kidding. All right. Number 4 is award of a contract for the design of the Isle of Palms Connector Trail.
Good morning.
Good morning.
The Bids and Purchases Committee previously approved the establishment of agreements with consultants to perform various types of transportation, engineering, and development services on an on-call basis. This project is for the design of construction plans for 2,600 feet of the Mount Pleasant Way along the Isle of Palms connector. It will run from Sweetgrass Basket Parkway to Rifle Range Road and will include surveys, design, environmental documentation, utility coordination, a public information meeting, and permitting. Staff have determined that the project will require services from an on-call consultant, Mead and Hunt, to perform the necessary engineering design work for this project. Therefore, staff recommend contracting with Mead and Hunt in the amount of $177,445.91 to perform the work for this project.
Mr. Chair, move
Okay.
to approve.
All right. Second. Any
And then-
discussion?
Yeah, I did have a question. I noticed a lot of those street trees along that path look like they're in pretty poor health. I was wondering if this project includes the replacement of any of those, or if that's outside of the scope.
Sophie?
Good morning.
Hi, good
Mr.
morning.
Councilman. As part of that as part of that survey, the trees will be assessed and likely replaced in kind.
Okay, great. I just noticed it when I was driving by the other day. A lot of them are appear to be kind of half dead in that area, so that's
Yes.
great.
Good.
And so this will be replacing the existing path with a wider multi-use path.
That's correct.
Okay.
All right. We're on number 4 right now, Howard, just so you know. All right. Anybody else? You got a motion?
Yep.
All right. Got a motion. Second. I'll second it. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes have it. Item number 5 is award of contract for the replacement of the fire pump system at the Public Safety Training Facility.
Yes, staff requested bids from qualified and interested bidders to provide and install a new replacement fire pump system at the town's public safety training facility. In February, inspections revealed that the existing system was failing and that it needed to be replaced in its entirety. The fire pump system plays a critical role in the fire department's training program, and as such, the replacement is deemed to be necessary. Staff received 1 bid and determined that Pi Barker Fire and Safety was responsive and responsible bidder. Staff therefore recommend awarding the contract to Pi Barker Fire and Safety in the amount of $172,003 to provide and install new replacement fire pump system at the town's public safety training facility.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move for approval. And
Second.
then I have a question.
All right, we got a motion and a second. Go ahead.
We have been working with the town of Allendale regarding our training facility. Has that been resolved?
Mr. Chapman, Chief Mixon's here. He can address the issue.
Good morning. Mike Smith, Deputy Fire Chief. I'm the project manager for the training center project. We're still in ongoing talks with the town of Wellendorf. This well pump, this pump for our training system is a separate issue altogether from that municipal water. The municipal water will be to supply domestic needs. This is solely for our training fire hydrants and our training system.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you.
And just, Mr. Chair, real quick, I noticed that there's only 1 bid for this project. Are we confident that this is a good price for what we're getting?
We are, sir, and it is necessary.
Okay.
Good. All right. Anything else?
Thanks.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All right. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes have it. All right, item number 6 is the award of contract to Remley's Point Drainage Improvements.
Yes, staff requested bids from qualified and interested bidders to implement drainage improvements at Rumley's Point as part of the town's ongoing stormwater micro-project initiative. The project aims to improve stormwater management and reduce localized flooding within a 50-acre drainage basin that extends from Mathis Ferry Road to the project intersection of 4th Street and 6th Avenue. The work includes installing catch basins and a pipe system to intercept runoff upstream of the existing 18-inch pipe and carry it across 6th Avenue to a new section of ditch that will tie into the existing ditch at the corner of 4th Street. Additionally, regrading in the right-of-way will help facilitate better capture of runoff to prevent ponding at the intersection of 4th Street. The construction time for this project is between 60 and 90 days. Staff received 4 bids and determined that IPW Construction Group, LLC was the lowest, most responsive, and responsible bidder. Staff therefore recommend awarding the contract to IPW Construction Group, LLC in the amount of $249,292.31 for the Rumley's Point Drainage Improvement Project.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, move to approve.
Second.
All right, we've got a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes have it. Award of contract for Old Village traffic calming improvements.
Staff requested bids from qualified and interested bidders to provide pedestrian safety improvements in the Old Village. The work for this project consists of the replacement of 2 temporary neighborhood roundabouts, pavement markings, and a sign installation on McCants Drive and Center Street. The construction time for this project shall be 45 calendar days. Staff received 1 bid for this work, reviewed it, and determined that IPW Construction Group LLC's bid was responsive and responsible, but it exceeded the budget for this project. Staff conducted negotiations with them and were able to negotiate the bid amount to a revised amount of $113,030, which was determined to be within budget. Staff therefore recommend awarding a contract to IPW Construction in the amount of $113,030 for this traffic calming project.
Okay, thank you. Committee?
Mr. Chairman, I'll move for approval.
Second.
Okay,
I'd like to get a review of this by transportation if they're here.
yes, ma'am, you can step up to the podium.
Good morning, Councilman Chapman, Committee. Yes, you'll recall that at I believe it was the March Transportation Committee, and over the course of the previous year, we've been looking at some traffic calming improvements in this area. This project is a quick build project, and it's intended to be a temporary installation. So we're looking at temporarily installing 2 mini roundabouts. Those are at the intersections of Center Street and Indian and Vision Road and McCants Drive and Pocahontas Street. And then we're also looking at 2 radius reduction improvements at McCants Drive at Matioka and Center Street at Catherine and Barbara Street. So we did a pre-installation study to measure the speeds and volumes on these roads, as well as several adjacent roads. And after this temporary quick build installation, we'll do a post-installation study to determine if they were effective and if there was any rerouting of traffic throughout the Old Village as a result of these improvements.
Okay, go ahead, Howard.
Do we I guess the question I have is, school's getting ready to start in September. Do we know how long it's going to take to do the temporary improvements?
So the intent and what we've spoken to the contractor about, or to previous contractors about the feasibility of this, is that we anticipate that each intersection will be able to be installed over the course of one night. So the period of time is really to allow us to schedule those in the least disruptive times possible, but should not have any impact on school traffic while they're being installed.
Oh, that's good.
Will they be installed before school starts? That was kind of my question.
I would not anticipate with school starting on the 12th that would be feasible.
I just thought we were proving this today, so. But very good. I know this was something that we have talked about for quite some time to help with reduction in impact on school traffic. So this is really good. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Committee,
I think we've got a motion and a second. Yeah.
any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it. Award of a contract for the development of an environmental strategic plan.
Yes, staff received proposals from qualified consulting firms to assist in developing a strategic plan, which includes evaluating and assessing the needs of the current program, developing an achievable plan of action for growth and positioning in relation to emerging regulations and technological advances, and creating a vision of multifunctional wet lab facility with the life sciences incubator component to strengthen economic development within the town. Staff received 2 proposals for this project. The selection committee reviewed the proposals and agreed to invite both firms for short-term list interviews. Following the shortlist interviews, the selection committee voted and reached a consensus decision to recommend proceeding with Vologic. As such, staff requests permission to enter into negotiations with Vologic to provide professional services to develop an environmental strategic plan with economic development and incubation wet lab components. Should the negotiations be successful, staff further requests permission to contract with them.
Move for approval.
Second.
All right, we've got a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes have it. Item number 9 is adjournment. We right on target. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Daniel Brownstein filling in for Councilman Rambo, who is not going to be here today for Finance Committee, Monday, August 4th, 8:30. Item 1, call to order, which we just did. Item 2, approval of minutes from the June 30th, 2025 meeting.
Move for approval, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
And that is approved. Item number 3 is public comments. If there's anybody here today to address this committee, come on up to the podium. Seeing none, we will move on to item number 4, which is discussion and possible action to allow Mount Pleasant Waterworks to issue a $60 million revenue bond. Ms. Harness.
Yes, I'm actually going to turn it over to Mr. Alan Klum and Mr. Mark Coffin from Mount Pleasant Waterworks. They're going to present, and then they also have bond counsel here to answer any questions as well.
Great. Thank you. And welcome, Mr. Klum.
Good morning,
Good to see you.
Chairman Brownstein
Good morning again.
and committee. Thank you for having us here today to present. We're going to give you a project update along with a $60 million bond ordinance and projects included with those. All right, so today I'm going to give you FY25 highlights along with Waterworks 2030. That's our 5-year strategic plan, in addition to a 2025 revenue bond issuance. That's our wellness team in the pictures there with the SC7 walk last week with the mayor. So a great time had by all. FY25 highlights 3.3 billion gallons of water produced. So approximately 9.6 million gallons a day to sustain life in Mount Pleasant. 3.4 billion gallons of wastewater treated. Notice the difference between the max day of water and max day of wastewater. Really, that's related to rain events, storm events, and the impacts to our collection system due to that rainfall. 170 employees at Mount Pleasant Waterworks, FY25. We hired 20 new employees with 17 promotions, $576 million of total assets on the books. I am happy to announce GFOA awards, the 29th year in a row receiving the ACFR award, and the 7th year in a row with the PAFR award. So congratulations to our CFO, Mark Coffin, sitting at the table. For 10 consecutive years in a row, Mount Pleasant Waterworks has been nominated and recognized as the best place to work in South Carolina. Last year, we received number 6 in the mid-sized company, and we will find out mid-August what our ranking is this year. So we're excited about that. And the big announcement for us in FY25, Mount Pleasant Waterworks was recognized by S&P Global as a AAA bond rating. So that's a very important accomplishment to us. First time in our history that we've been recognized as AAA. There are 3 other utilities in South Carolina, each of them much larger than Mount Pleasant Waterworks. So to have a mid-sized utility recognized as AAA, we are very proud of that. 5-year strategic plan. We are embarking on a 5-year strategic plan, which we have named Waterworks 2030. We'll have 5 new operational targets. Those targets, one of them will be a climate action plan. One of them will be the sustainability of source water. This will provide Mount Pleasant Waterworks drinking water for the next 100 years, so a very big deal. Additionally, there will be process improvements and other operational targets. We'll have 5 new financial targets. What was most important to me is that we created this with all hands. Everybody on our team was involved in Waterworks 2030, so we're excited about it. I love the logo there. You may see that in some of our marketing and advertisements. So the 5-year financial targets, one of them will be to increase cash on hand to 500 days. A day of cash for Mount Pleasant Waterworks looks like $125,000. Currently, as of the last audited book, so that was FY24, we had 337. So over the next 5 years, our target will be to increase that to 500. We established a debt ceiling as well. Currently, we're at about a 28% of that calculation. With the $60 million revenue bond, along with the $10 million SRF, that will push us to 40% of that calculation. Debt service coverage, 2.0 or higher. Currently, we're at 2.76. And again, with the issuance of the $60 million, the projected debt service coverage will move from 2.10 to 2.34, depending on the year. And fixed cost recovery, 5-year plan to gradually increase the BFC basic facility charge to 50%. Approximately 90% of all of our costs are fixed at Mount Pleasant Waterworks. So to increase the bill to 50% to recover some of those fixed costs. Currently, we are at 45%. Current system stats, water system, I will not highlight all of those, but I will draw your attention to 607 miles of water main. I was curious how far that would get you. That will get you beyond Miami, Florida if you get in your car and drive. If you move over to our wastewater system, we will almost get you home. We don't have quite as much wastewater as we do water lines. So I may need to pick you up in West Ashley on the wastewater side. But think about that, enough water line to get you to Miami, Florida, wastewater lines to get you back. On the admin side, do draw your attention to 155 vehicles. We will highlight a fleet maintenance facility to take care of the 155 vehicles that we have. Also point out we do have a water quality laboratory, state-of-the-art laboratory, along with regulatory compliance as part of our admin function. $2.3 billion in our wastewater system. That is the most expensive component, wastewater collection of our utility. Estimated replacement cost, $3.2 billion. Moving into the 2025 revenue bond projects, 5 projects. Fleet maintenance facility, as I mentioned, at 6.2, Midtown force main replacement, RO1 high service pump station upgrade, Coleman force main replacement, and Deep Well 6. That's into the Grambling Aquifer. 2025 revenue bond not to exceed $60 million. Existing debt service obligations from Mount Pleasant Waterworks. As of June 30, 2025, we have approximately $163 million of long-term outstanding debt. I asked Mark to look back 20 years, what is the maximum debt we have issued? And that date was June 30, 2017 at $199 million. So you can see our principal and interest payments over time as that debt rolls down to 2047. The $60 million bond issuance will increase our obligation by about $4 million a year over the next 10 years or so, with a maximum debt service increase to approximately $16.2 million. 2025 revenue bond project number 1 was that fleet maintenance facility. You may have seen this beside our Rifle Range Road. This project is currently underway. It will have 2 heavy-duty bays, 4 light-duty bays, a fabrication bay, along with staff offices. Bond issuance portion of this construction will be $6.2 million. Project number 2, Midtown force main replacement. This is to replace 30-year-old ductile iron pipe. It is our experience that 30 years is the life expectancy of ductile iron pipe in the wastewater collection system. Notice this one will be at the intersection. The next map shows it better at the intersection of 526 and 17. So certainly a high profile, high traffic area. We expect to bore and minimize any impacts or disruptions to traffic. This will be a CMAR project, construction manager at risk. We will do that to facilitate and expedite the construction of this project. Slightly better map showing the project area. Somehow that got messed up on me. I apologize for that. Project 3 is the RO1 high service pump station replacement. This is in the Old Village. We will be upgrading to vertical turbine pumps. It's an $11 million project. This project will significantly increase the ability of Mount Pleasant Waterworks to serve the Old Village area, both pressure and flow. New pumps can produce approximately 1,800 gallons per minute. That's an increase of about 2x over what's there now. They will also have energy efficiency that the current pumps do not have. Project number 4, Coleman force main replacement. Again, this will be replacing ductile iron pipe. This project will also upfit those lines, providing for the additional flows we expect from Patriots Point. In addition to that, there are currently 2 crossings of Shem Creek, and this will reduce that to a single crossing. So potential environmental impacts will be lessened as well. And shows you the route of that. Again, it will be horizontal, directionally drilled under Shem Creek. Currently, one of our lines is hung on the bridge, so it will certainly protect that line once it's bored in the marl. Different diameter sizes that are replaced, as well as some AC pipe will also be replaced. Asbestos cement, very difficult material for our crews to work on, so this will be a much needed upgrade. All right, in Deep Well 6, probably the project that I am most excited about. They are all extremely important projects. Deep Well 6 is in the north area of our service on 17. We had the well failed at Deep Well 6. As you know, many other utilities and commercial industry use the Charleston Aquifer as a water supply. This Grambling well is successful. We will be the only entity in that aquifer in our region. This will hopefully be the water supply for Mount Pleasant for the next 100 years and possibly beyond. So a very important project for Mount Pleasant Waterworks, approximately a $20 million project. Also increased the capacity of RO4 from 1.3 million a day up to 2 million gallons a day. So it will also be an upfit of the RO4 treatment plant. Timeline for the bond issuance, August 4th, we are before you today presenting. On August 12th would be the first reading of the supplemental ordinance. September 9th would be the second reading of the supplemental ordinance. The 17th, we would receive the final rating, bond pricing on October 29th, and we are hoping to close by November 19th. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Klum. Are there questions from the committee?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chapman?
Mr. Klum, will this require, since it's a revenue bond, a rate increase?
So it is currently programmed into our rate model. So to correctly answer your question, yes, it will be covered through rates. It's currently programmed, and we do not anticipate an additional rate increase for the issuance of the $60 million bond.
Okay. And in your budget for this year, I read through the minutes of the last meeting, there were a number of projects included in that. Are any of these projects that are shown for this revenue bond included in that budget?
Not certain I understand your question. We do have additional projects for FY 25, 26, 27. Some of those will be cash funded. And then the 5 projects we presented to you today would be funded through the bond issuance.
Okay, so none of those projects which were in your budget that we've already gone through and approved are included in this revenue bond.
Correct. Only the 5 projects we presented to you today would be included in the revenue bond. Mm-hmm.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to approve. I had a couple of
Mr. Chairman, we have to recommend this to council.
to recommend to council that we approve. My apologies. Just wanted to ask a little bit about that deep well number 6. Can you kind of explain for those of us who aren't as familiar with the aquifer system, what that is and why that's important for Mount Pleasant Waterworks and our residents?
Sure, absolutely. So currently, reverse osmosis plants, we have 4 plants around town. Those plants share the Charleston Aquifer. It is it's been the primary source of drinking water, groundwater, certainly for Mount Pleasant and our region. It is a very productive aquifer. Because of that, a lot of people have utilized it, and we have reduced pressure in that aquifer. As you are aware, 5 or so years ago, with some data centers coming to town, at that time it was a single data center. There are 2 additional data centers coming to town as well that are looking to use that resource as well. So again, we have industry competing, we have public entities competing for that water. Mount Pleasant Waterworks, recognizing we had a deep well fail. So there was a well in the Charleston Aquifer at RO4. It was at the end of life, so we had a decision to make. Do we want to replace it in the same aquifer, or could we create a little bit better resiliency and sustainability and look for a different water source? That new water source is deeper. It's below the Charleston Aquifer, so this will be the deepest drill we've ever done into what we think will be a very productive aquifer. We will be the only entity in that aquifer in our region. So through communication with USGS and the Department of South Carolina DES, we will be the only permanent entity in that aquifer. So if the water is of sufficient quality and quantity, which we believe it will be, this will be the water source in the future for Mount Pleasant Waterworks.
Will that affect the overall kind of percentage that you're taking from surface water versus groundwater in the future?
Absolutely. Our strategic investment in this deep well, along with our future plan, would be to move to the Grambling Aquifer. Right. So it would impact that portfolio. Currently, we purchase 6 million gallons of surface water a day. My plan would be to continue that relationship into the future. It's a good balance. It's a good mix in our water portfolio. But any additional demands, if we could get that from the Grambling Aquifer, that would be my preference.
Well, I'll just sort of anecdotally say, I travel around a lot in South Carolina and along the coast, and I will say that Mount Pleasant's drinking water tastes better than most.
Best in the state.
So it's good water as far as I'm concerned. Also had a quick question. I sit on the CARTA board, and there's been some talk about the Charleston water system having to move some pipes related to a project that CARTA is doing. And in that process, we learned that those pipes were about 100 years old. Just curious, what are the oldest pipes in Mount Pleasant? Do we have any 100-year-old pipes here that still need to be?
So we will be approaching our 90th anniversary in September. So we are not as old as Charleston Water System, as you know, but I have seen and heard of meters and pipes that are from the 1930s, late 30s. So probably 1940 time frame would be the earliest we could go back. Water pipe obviously doesn't have the corrosive atmosphere that the wastewater collection system brings. So it's often not unusual to see ductile iron water pipe meet a 100-year lifespan. 30 years or so for ductile iron pipe on the wastewater collection system is pretty normal.
Gotcha. And that's what y'all are replacing as part of this bond
project.
That's
what we'll be replacing. Our oldest assets are in the old village, as you can imagine. Some of them dating back to the 40s.
Okay. Interesting. All right. Anything else from the committee before we vote?
No.
Yes, Mr. Chapman.
I noticed that you have applied to DES for this new aquifer to use it. Do we have an approval from them yet? We do. Okay, great.
So I will tell you, through numerous meetings, we've been working on this, Councilman Chapman, for numerous years. As you can imagine, this is not something that happens quickly. USGS, along with SCDES, are very supportive and very excited about the drill. They want to be part of the process. They understand the investment we're making. They also applaud us for moving in a direction, making that decision ourselves to move in a sustainable direction. So they're very supportive, and they want to be partners and a part of the process.
That's great, because they distribute availability to use the various aquifers, and that's critical. And to me, that is the most important project in this revenue bond issue. It really is.
It is the one I am certainly most excited about. They are all very important.
Yeah.
But when you look at a new water source for our community, it's very exciting.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. I think we're ready to vote on the motion that's on the table, and that is to recommend approval of the $60 million revenue bonds to the full council. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. The ayes have it. Well, thank you, Mr. Klum.
Thank you.
Let's move to item number 5, which is request to donate back proceeds from the IOP connector run for the child. Ms. Harness.
Yes, I believe all of you received a letter stating the request. They're asking that we not take our 10% of funds that we're due to receive and instead donate that back to the agencies so that they can redistribute it. I'm not sure if Deb Barr is here.
Yes. Well, come on up and
She wants to.
Yeah, we'll ask some questions.
good morning.
Good morning.
And if you wouldn't mind, just identify yourself for the record
Sure.
today.
I am Deb Barr, and I'm on the board of the Isle of Palms Connector Run. I'm also on the board of the Exchange Club of Isle of Palms. The run has been in existence for 34 years since the connector was built, and I don't know if anybody has much history of it. I wasn't around 34 years ago when it started, but it's a distinct partnership. You were.
Both of these guys were,
Oh,
yeah.
yes. It's a distinct partnership between exchange clubs and the city of Isle of Palms and the town of Mount Pleasant. And when the bylaws were written 34 years ago, there is a segment in there that says that the two recreation departments are allowed 10% of the net proceeds. You know, talking with people that have been around a long time, it sounds like that was sort of the impetus for that was to involve the partnership of the cities. It really is a child abuse prevention and awareness fundraiser. So it's always been that way, 10%. That amount varies. It's always been a fairly small amount. Last year, that amount would have been $15,000 because the run, for whatever reason, after 34 years or 30-some years, we're on this trajectory of it's become a much more fun, popular run. Last year, we had 2,000 runners, which is incredible. So the amount last year would have been about $15,000. And sort of what's prompted my request is I would like to see it all go to child abuse prevention, but the city of Isle of Palms a couple of years ago started annually assessing whether they could give it back. And they started giving it back in 2023 and last year and presumably this year. We are not requesting that the bylaws be changed, but we are sort of requesting that annually the two municipalities look at budgets and see if it's possible to give it back. And of course, it would all go out to the Child Abuse Prevention Agencies. And last year we gave away $146,000, which was really magnificent and the best we've ever done. So that's our request for this year. And I would hope that each year maybe we could make this request and it either flies or doesn't fly. Last year I did ask the town, and the town decided to take 10 instead of 15, which was wonderful. Any other questions?
Yes.
Mr. Chapman?
Mr. Demore, how much of this in our budget will we lose?
10,000, sir. Actually, sir, we don't budget the money. So annually, because it's
I was
unpredictable.
curious about that. If you did, because you don't really know the amount.
That's exactly right, ma'am.
Right.
And so
It could be 5, it could be 15.
that's correct.
Yeah.
And so we don't budget the amount.
Okay.
What does come to us, we put in as a revenue.
Okay. And so I assume you're asking for whatever amount comes in
To be given back.
goes directly back.
Right. And we wouldn't know that amount till the run occurs. The run occurs the first Saturday in October. So we usually know that amount by about the second week of October.
Right.
My guess is, based on what we have going on so far, it would be about $15,000 this year because we're kind of on the same trajectory as last year. And we are getting better and better. I am the sponsorship chair, so my goal is to go out there and get money. And my goal this year is to get $150,000 in sponsorships. That's lofty, but last year we brought in almost 130. So I would say it would probably be about 15 if we stay on track for this year. 15,000
for each
would go to
city
each
or
city.
town?
Yeah,
For each.
for each. That's right.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Anything else?
Mr. Santos?
No.
You attended last year.
Yes,
Yes, you did.
I did.
And thank you for that.
Sure, that was fun.
Yeah.
Well, I will say I do. I haven't participated in the race, but it is for a great cause, and since it's something that we're not really budgeting for, I'm not sure what the harm is. And
I'll move for approval.
okay, Mr. Chapman moves to recommend approval,
Second.
and seconded by Councilman Santos. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the ayes have it. So we will recommend approval to the full council for that, and should have an answer for you next Tuesday, I guess.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. All right, that moves us to item number 6, which is a presentation of the CARTA FY26 proposed budget.
Yes,
And I
and
believe Mr.
I
Chapman.
recuse myself from this.
All right, so we're down to two of us. Mr. Paglarini, is that still sufficient for a quorum?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you, sir. Ms. Harness.
Yes, is Robin Mitchum? Would you like to come up and present your budget, please?
Good morning, Ms. Mitchum. Thank you for joining us today.
The clicker should be up there to go through your slides.
So the first page of the budget is our estimated revenues. For operating, as you'll see that we have a little over $2 million increase compared to FY25. Second page is the expenditures. Once again, you'll see our biggest increase in our expenditures and our revenues is our COA, Comprehensive Operation Analysis. This will look at all of our routes and analyze changes with recommendations from the consultant. And then we have our capital budget, which is a net increase of a little $9.9 million. We'll be able to buy some new rolling stock, park and ride property purchase, and then our facility construction, that will be our new hop lot down on Mount Pleasant Street. I think that is pretty much the budget.
Thank you, Ms. Mitchum. Mr. Santos, any questions?
No, I mean, I'll make a motion that we approve.
All right, the motion is to approve, and I will second, and I will just note we are looking forward to that COA process to take a look at the routes and see if there are things that we can do on our side of the river to make the using CARTA more attractive and useful to people, and so I think that's going to be a really good project over this next year. Thank you for coming this morning, Mr. Santos.
Let me ask you a question.
Yes,
Now,
sir.
do y'all stop at the town center? Does Carter stop at town center?
Yes,
No.
sir.
Okay, but that little place we had there, when we made that there for the buses to stop and take people to the beach and back,
Yes, sir.
y'all are the one there. Good,
Yes, sir. We'll run that through Labor Day weekend.
great. All right, thank you.
And it's done very well this year, even
Good.
with all the rain.
Good, thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's go ahead and call the question. All those in favor of recommending approval of the CARTA FY26 proposed budget signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? And the ayes have it. That moves us on to item number 7, which is to adjourn. Thank you.
Yeah, you're good.
No, I think I'm not on horse.
I didn't think so.
Yeah.
She's got 10 minutes. She does better than me. I looked at my schedule and I was really at 8:30. I got to go to Chats. So it's actually at 10. Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I got.
Okay.
I have to check.
Yeah. Okay. That's right.
Well, at the rate things are going on 41, although I believe it will come before anything happens on 40 days. That maybe during your career, something will happen, but I'm pretty confident that what yeah, but you just have money sitting in the bank earning interest, and then you get out exactly where I was going with that. Why do you have $20 million sitting in a bank account that's been there for 15 years?
Well, especially when you don't know if, when, how.
All of it. Yeah. No. Well.
We just didn't. Part of it was affiliated all the funds is in our CFO, it's in our budget, capital. I couldn't find all firing. Were they in the previous number? Oh, I don't think it was on the website.
Yes.
Yeah, hopefully we got that.
Yeah.
I couldn't remember.
We have more projects than this, and all the others are from different sources.
But what I think we're seeing is basically presented is this initial.
Okay.
Now, there is a little bit more than what we show because
Jake Woodhead. Oh, well, I only see two names. Yeah, it looks like just two names. Do the same thing.
Well, that's what I was wondering. I mean, I think
I bet it is. That's fine. Well, her splash park down here. Yeah. here.
We're like insurance.
Exactly.
You hope not to need it, but you're glad you have it. Right. No, that's right. But it's kind of all interconnected.
Yeah. Yeah, they had possible action. Yeah, they have sent it to council. The next Tuesday's action will be the first reading of the series. Yes. That now that's no. Right. Right. Tuesday night we'll sit in the back and there'll be 4 hours and 20 minutes of public comments about something. Well, in highway people comment. Jeremy and I sit in the back.
At least we're off.
Yeah, I bring my iPad. Yeah.
Oh, so you used to read it?
Yeah. No. Painless so far. As it should be.
Here.
Yeah. Right. Costs go up.
Yeah, but that number of meetings in a row, not normal life.
Big time. I think that's we should get higher. Not like always have the value. That's what the first what part of the January, 6 weeks ago. That's Norway cold in January. Everywhere you get some, you still get a pint of snow.
Yeah, sure. So this is a master. And two, my daughter is
sometimes watch it. It would have to
Well, that's what I mean.
Still under it?
The moment actually, she's a graphic communications. So she's actually
Good surface.
she's an A-grade. But it's
Was it good?
it's a great position.
That's good.
Bottom blonde hair. But everybody
I'm not bothered about that. That'll never have to do, but that's weird. So,
someone's watching. I'll forward to you. I don't have
that's,
we'll definitely
it was beautiful.
well, this year it's already days.
Our beach was always
August.
Saturday morning. We were walking the boat Saturday.
But yeah, but this process has been easy.
And you weren't sure if it was your grant or not. The plot was covered. The
county attorneys have their own controls and how those resort. That's where I was yesterday. That's where we're going after.
I know.
That's right. Exactly.
I was just
Okay, we'll call to order our water supply, and resources committee meeting for August 4th.
Next item is approval of minutes from the May 5th meeting.
Move for approval, Madam Chairman.
I'll second it. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Next item is public comment. If we have anybody that wants to address the committee today. I see none. All right. Item 4 is Mount Pleasant Waterworks updates. Mr. Gahn. Good to see you.
Morning.
Good morning.
Bit of deja vu for me. Hang on. All right, we'd like to provide an update to the Water Supply and Resource Committee. Our cover slide, that's of the Center Street Wastewater Treatment Plant. That's a 115 horsepower effluent pump being pulled out, so Sulzer pump. I know you were wondering. All right, today we're going to talk about FY25 highlights, Waterworks 2030, our 2025 revenue bond issuance, provide some project updates along with community involvement. So FY25, Mount Pleasant Waterworks produced 3.3 billion gallons of water. On the wastewater treatment side, we collected and treated 3.4 billion gallons of water. Currently have 170 employees, 20 new hires, and 17 promotions during FY25. Total booked assets, $576 million. And happy to announce GFOA awards. This is the 29th year in a row we've received the Aquifer award, and the 7th year in a row for the PAFA. So congratulations to our finance department that's with us today. 10 consecutive years in a row, we've been recognized as best place to work in South Carolina. Last year, we were number 6 in the mid-size company. And probably the most exciting news for MPW this year, we were recognized as a AAA bond-rated water utility based on financial analysis by S&P. We are the 4th utility in South Carolina to be recognized as AAA. First time in our history, and I will say the other 3 that are recognized are much larger utilities. So we are the first mid-size utility in South Carolina to achieve AAA. 5-year strategic plan. This year, Mount Pleasant Waterworks will embark on a new 5-year strategic plan, which we have branded as Waterworks 2030. So you may see that logo in some of our marketing soon. I think that's a pretty cool looking logo, but that will be our 5-year strategic plan brand. We have 5 new operational targets, 5 new financial targets, and most important to me, everyone played a role in creating this 5-year strategic plan. 5-year financial targets, the first is 500 days cash on hand. So by the year 2030, MPW would like to have 500 days cash on hand. A day of cash from Mount Pleasant Waterworks is roughly $125,000. And as of the end of fiscal year 24 closeout of the books, we had 337 days cash on hand. Also established a debt ceiling of 45%. Currently, our debt ratio is 28%. With the issuance of a $60 million revenue bond, along with our $10 million SRF, that brings our debt ratio to 40%. And debt service coverage, 2.0 or higher. Currently, we sit at 2.76. And again, with the issuance of $60 million debt, that number will bounce between 2.1 and 2.34 during the duration of that strategic plan. Fixed cost asset, gradually increase our basic facility charge, that's the fixed portion of your bill, to 50% for a 3,500 gallon per month customer. About 90% of the Waterworks bills are fixed. Currently we sit at 45% BFC. Current system stats, I won't roll through all of these. I will highlight we have 6 deep wells and 4 water treatment plants. We will discuss the deep wells and water treatment plants as part of the bond issuance. On the wastewater collection side, we have 2 wastewater treatment plants. $2.3 billion is the replacement cost for that asset class. Certainly the most expensive part of what we do, wastewater treatment and collections. And on the administration side, 155 vehicles in our fleet. We also have a water quality laboratory to maintain regulatory compliance, Estimated replacement cost of all of our assets, $3.2 billion. 2025 revenue bond issuance is it's an aggregate of 5 projects. Fleet maintenance facility at 6.2, Midtown force main replacement at 10.8, RO1 high service pump station 11.1, Coleman force main replacement 15.2, and the Deep Well 6 Grambling Aquifer replacement at 20.2, for a total bond issuance not to exceed $60 million. Existing debt obligations as of June 30, 2025, MPW had approximately $163 million of long-term debt outstanding. Whoa. All right, including the 2025 bond issuance, that would bring our total debt service to $16.2 million. That's approximately a $4 million a year increase in debt service. 2025 revenue bond project number 1 will be the fleet maintenance facility. And Councilwoman Hyatt, you have probably seen this beside the RO or the Rifle Range Road Operations Center. We've cleared that land, so it is currently under construction. 2 heavy-duty maintenance bays, 4 light-duty bays, a fabrication bay, along with staff offices for a project cost from the bond issuance of $6.2 million. Project 2, Midtown force main replacement. This will replace 30-year-old ductile iron pipe. So DIP pipe has approximately a 30-year lifespan, so it is in need of replacement. This is in a high-profile, high-traffic area. It's located near 526 and 17 intersection, all the way to the Rifle Range Road treatment plant. We will be boring and directionally drilling most of that line to minimize impact to traffic. Will also be a CMAR project, construction manager at risk, again to facilitate the timeline and constructability of that project. It's a close-up view of those lines. Will involve several pump station replacement, along with the existing line that's in the ground. The red line will not be replaced. All right, moving on to Project 3. This is RO1 high service pump station. We will be replacing the pumps that are at end of life with vertical turbine pumps, much more efficient and have the ability to produce and pump much more water. So doubling the pumping capacity of that treatment plant. Coleman force plant main replacement. This will facilitate some of the growth we expect at Patriots Point, along with replacing 30-year-old pipe. Some of that material is class 160 pipe, so older PVC pipe. Some of it is asbestos cement pipe, so replacing asbestos cement as well, with newer pipe, obviously, that will have a upfit for larger flows. Currently 2 crossings of Shim Creek, and this will reduce that to 1, so it will also alleviate some of our environmental concerns with the dual crossings at Shim Creek. $15.2 million project. Expanded view on the map shows the horizontal directional drill under Shim Creek, along with the proposed route and upsizing of wastewater collection pipe. Asbestos cement AC pipe, that will be replaced on Hadrill Street to Lucas Street. So again, that AC pipe, hazardous to work with, dangerous for our crews, and not very reliable once broken. Probably the project I'm most excited about will be the Deep Well 6 replacement. This will be the future water source for Mount Pleasant Water Works, well into the future if the source water quality is what we expect it to be. This will also upsize RO4 treatment from 1.3 million gallons to 2 million gallons a day, so improved benefits there as well. Timeline for the revenue bond issuance, meeting with you today on obviously August 4th. We hope to move forward at the August 12th meeting with a first reading. September 9th would be the second reading. 17th, we would receive final comments and sign off. Hope to have the bonds priced by October 29th with a closing date on November 19th. Any questions related to the bond issuance? Good.
No, sir, I asked my questions at the last meeting.
Thank you, Councilman Chapman. Hopefully I explained that to you well. I believe the question was, have the 5 projects been programmed into our CIP budget and the budget that you recently reviewed? To more clearly answer your question, yes, they have been.
Yeah, and also asked about the approval from DES, which is
Yes.
fantastic for us being the only entity in that aquifer. That's really critical.
Very much so, yes.
I guess we're going to hear more about the bond itself in the next discussion, details on how, I guess, just the financials around it, how y'all handle the revenue for the payback of the bonds and that sort of thing. So I don't know if there's any more detail about that or if that could be brought back to committee.
Probably now is an appropriate time for those questions. The next update, I was going to bring up our engineering and field service manager for project updates. So if you have specific questions related to the revenue bond, I think now would be the appropriate time.
Okay. I think that was my main concern. Those are the kinds of questions we would be getting from the public as far as
Yeah, I think what she's referring to is any rate increase.
Yeah,
and
rate increases and what
I asked that question at the last meeting
what
as well.
we'll be having an answer to the public about how these things get paid back with their rates.
So obviously the payback period will be over the life of the bond, which right now we're estimating a 25-year issuance on that. There are no programmed rate increases for the bond. With approval from town council, there will not be an accompanying rate increase. However, our rates, we program those out 5 years or so in advance as we look at capital projects and needed cash flow. This bond issuance will certainly offset the immediate need for those rate increases and allow us to move forward with what we feel are critical capital and infrastructure improvements.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. With that, I'm going to ask Ross Watte. I figured he could share some of this podium with me today. And he's our engineering and field services manager. He's going to give you a very brief update on projects that are impacting our community today.
Okay.
So Ross.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, this is a very exciting project initiative for us to eliminate septic systems. The McKnight Road project is complete. We have customers that are currently tying into that new gravity line. Snowden Phase 3, 70% complete. The last segment going to their community center should be complete as of this week, and testing is underway for the rest of the segment. So that's kind of that 30% left to finish, and some site restoration as well. We'll get our permits to operate from DES, and we've got a ton of people already signing up for the clean water credit to tie on. We're very excited about that. Children's at Sam Edwards Road, 90% complete, and some testing underway, some permitting left to do. We've also got the folks that live on the road are coming in to apply for the application to get tied in. Very excited. Louis Terrace, that has started. As when this slide was being generated, it was in the process, and they are out there right now getting ready to dig in. Pelzer Drive, we are looking at probably in about a month. Let Labor Day weekend go by. The tree protection's underway. We are also reaching out to customers. We already have a lot of interest in this project from the customers on Pelzer Drive applying for the clean water credit as well. So we're excited about that.
Could I ask a question
Yes, sir.
about the Pelzer Drive, Madam Chairman?
Yes.
The number of septic tanks in that area, how many will hopefully be replaced with this?
You're asking a question. I wish I had the number off the top of my head, but I think it's around 9 or 11.
Will be
Yes, sir. We've got, I think, 4 or 5 requests already for
Good.
people to get off.
That's great.
From the folks that are living there now.
That
Correct.
helps Shem Creek.
Yes, and they want to. They want to. I think knowing what's there, knowing what's going to be available, getting away from the septic system, they want to do it.
That's
yes, sir.
great. Thank you.
Yes, sir. You're welcome. And let's go to the next one. So Highway 17 force main replacement. All the line has been pulled. All the pipe, will not see any more pipe laying on sidewalk from here on, but you will see contractors out there that are tying the ends in that were drilled. So they stubbed up, they got to cut them, put what we call adapters on that will now be able to put what we call our pipe, regular pipe on there instead of the HDP that's in the ground now. Be able to adapt that, bring them together, put the air release valve on three locations. And then the part that's going to be a little bit time consuming is to the tie-ins where they tie into the existing force main. The one that's going to be a little tricky is going to be up by Park West Boulevard. So, but great contractor out there. He's doing a beautiful job coordinating with everybody along with our staff. So we're looking at somewhere probably close to the beginning of December. We want to put that there, hopefully be done a little sooner than that. Any questions? Sorry. Did anybody have questions on that?
I saw that yesterday.
Yeah. I was curious about the timeline, but you said by
December.
December.
We should have that the new force main in active to eliminate it's limiting about 4,300 feet of ductile iron pipe that runs in front of Roper Hospital. And it's also upsizing to handle a little bit more flow that we anticipate. Alan did an awesome job covering the fleet maintenance facility, having the 2 heavy-duty maintenance bays. Where we're at right now, we started pouring concrete footers last week. That'll continue probably this week and be finished with that. We had 680 earthquake drains installed. A lot of people were, when they come by there, they feel the vibration and understanding that that's necessary, particularly in the area we live in. So we're looking at time frame. We're going to start looking at some vertical things taking place. The slab's going to be installed here soon, the concrete slab, in preparation for the next phase of the building. That's going to take some time too because of the plumbing network that's going to go in for electrical and all the HVAC stuff that's got to get in there. Again, 2 heavy-duty bays, 4 light-duty bays, fabrication bay on top of that. The cool part about this, we talked about 155 vehicles, as Alan mentioned. We've got an excellent staff that are extremely knowledgeable about vehicles, equipment, and right now, what they have right now is 1 bay. It's very organized, but it's cramped quarters. But they're doing a heck of a job inside of that, so we're very excited what they can do once they're able to spread their wings and get fired up. So timeline, looking at next summer to having this complete. And the children's fountain. So, fountain damage due to vehicle collision. Unfortunately, that happened. Insurance contractor, and we finally got this rolling in June, July. We're looking at the concrete and stucco wall repaired, stripped existing lining. And July 29th, installed the new lining. August 6th, testing and start operation, which we're hoping to have things back online here very, very soon. And I think it's Paradigm Pool Company that's completed the project for us. So we're going to have that back operational here very, very soon.
Good. Thank you.
And I think, let's see another slide next. Did you want to cover this one?
Well, I don't know that there's much to cover. Thank you, Ross. This was great. Councilman Chapman, I will follow up with you on your question, which was excellent. How many people in the Pelzer area is it going to impact, and what's the interest? And I imagine what I have been an extremely positive response from the community. I'm wanting to get off of septic tank into a public utility, which I'm very appreciative of. I think everyone understands the impacts of septic tanks in the Low Country and why they don't fit today. I will tell you, as you're well aware, there are still areas and there are still septic tank permits being issued. We are working with DES to better understand that and possibly to change some of the policy around that.
I hope so. Thank you.
Excellent. Any questions? Great job, Ross. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you. Sounds great.
Thank you. I'm good.
That's it.
I would like you to see if we can't vote on the $60 million revenue bond because I've got to go to chats.
Okay. So, Mr.
Whenever you're ready.
Check.
And I'm anxious to hear about this park too, but I want to be able to vote for the revenue bond and send it to council before I go to chats.
Okay. All right. So we'll move on to item 5. You ready?
Whenever Mr. Clum is ready.
I'm ready.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Do you have a motion?
I'll move that we recommend to town council the approval of issuance of the $60 million revenue bond by Waterworks.
Okay. I'll go ahead and second it. I'm sure there'll be a lot of discussion with full council on the matter too.
Right.
Okay. All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Next item is adjourn. We need to let Mr. Chapman hit the road. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry.
Good morning, Ed. Been good. It's always good to come back. This fall will be well, as I was just telling now, the last time we had it just takes a while. Yeah, but I know. Good. Good to see you, Gary. How are you? I ran into you, baby.
Mike, I appreciate your text yesterday. I look forward to following up with you. I want to learn more. Yeah, I know. That would be great. Okay. Good work. That'd be great. And I'm sure I can do it. Well, don't worry about it. I would have follow up with you. Report security to German board. But all right.
That could be.
You good? Yep, that's a wrap. That's right. Yeah, I'll bring my lunch and breakfast. What
Y'all will let us know, and nobody has. We're not worried about it. Yeah. All right. There we go. On to another. All right, Jeremy. Here we go. Good morning, guys. Right. You guys did a great job. Great job. Do it again.
with the park, where it's the same price for
Patriots point. Yeah, you have to be.
All right, we'll call to order our Economic Development Committee meeting for August 4th. Next item is approval of the minutes from our June 30th meeting.
Move to approve.
I'll second that motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Next item is public comment. If anyone would like to address the committee, They can give a name and address and have 2.5 minutes.
Hi there. My name is Bill Rader. I'm with Efferent Labs out at the Harbor Center, and I wanted to speak on behalf of the Harbor Center today about Mount Pleasant's support of the Harbor Center for small business and startups. Now, I've been at the Harbor Center since the opening of it, and this is, well, let me step back first. Efferent Labs is a biotech company, and we're working on implantable biosensors for life sciences. This is a very advanced system, and in the long run, the company will expand, and hopefully will be expanding in the Mount Pleasant area. Okay, so we started out here at the Harbor Center when we moved into the area. I myself, as an East Cooper resident, I was looking for a local facility to use, and there was really none that made a lot of sense to me. Okay, you had to rent thousands of square feet, and I didn't need that. Harbor Center came around, and well, we utilized that. But the big benefit for me in the Harbor Center is the fact that I was able to make a lot of connections, and therefore I've expanded in my local presence with dealing with other companies. Okay, I deal right now with about 5 different companies in the Harbor Center for various reasons and various needs, and this has been very beneficial to me. Normally, I wouldn't have even been looking, but they're all there, and so it's a really nice location for us to be in proximity of each other, to be able to interact and do business. And we also support the local community because we're out there at lunch and dinner, and we're utilizing the restaurants and everything else. If it wasn't for this center, I would be in North Charleston, or I'd probably not Daniel Island just due to the cost, but North Charleston's probably the closest that we have that we can go, that we might be able to find some space. But probably not the community we're able to get here. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Anyone else for public comment?
Good morning, guys. My name is Steven Skates. I the owner of Trad Advisory Company, a logistics firm headquartered right here in Mount Pleasant. I'm also here to speak in support of the Hardware Entrepreneur Center, something that's very special to me. I moved in January of 2024. My company had 3 employees. We facilitated around 40 transactions that month. In July of 2025, we now have a team of 15 skilled workers, and we managed 1,303 loads. Loads are a transaction for us. We're planning for 100 employees by 2029. We're right on track for that. That growth can really only happen when small businesses are given the environment and tools to thrive. And I think the Harbor Entrepreneur Center really provided both of those for us. The ability for us to operate in a beautiful state-of-the-art facility at this rent point is a game changer for us. It's enabled me to grow that fast, reinvest into my team, hire local talent, and keep operations based in Mount Pleasant. Many of our employees have moved to town. They eat at the local restaurants, they shop at the local stores, they're building their lives here, they're getting married, having children, so on and so forth. They're hoping to create a real economic impact. Our presence has also drawn more freight traffic through Wando, brought new businesses to several established companies in the area. Not to mention, because we're here, we're able to have opportunities with companies like BMW and other companies in the state. All because Mount Pleasant's our home base. Beyond the numbers, I really feel that there's a sense of momentum at the Harbor Center, a rising tide of small businesses sharing resources, collaborating, growing together. We support each other, we celebrate wins together, we share clients, we share contacts. There is truly no other space anywhere in this area offering the combination of affordability, collaboration, and infrastructure for a small business like mine or any of these guys. It's really not just an office, it's an incubator for our success. By considering renewing the town's support for the Harbor Entrepreneur Center, you're not just supporting a building, you're investing in the future of Mount Pleasant's business community. You're helping companies like mine and the many others here to stay, to grow, to keep hiring right here in your town in an increasingly competitive business environment with a lot of other companies moving into the area. I want to thank you for your time, considering this important support. I truly believe the Harbor Entrepreneur Center is one of the smartest investments Mount Pleasant can make in its future. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Tom Browning. I live in Mount Pleasant, and I'm one of the mentors in the Harbor's Accelerator program. There's probably, raise your hand if you're a mentor, quite a few folks. These folks give of their time to help young business find their way towards a potential investment. We take them early. A lot of times they don't have their complete business plan figured out. They don't understand how to talk to the investment community. We help them do that. And this last time we had about 25 applications. We selected 15 and graduated 5 for investment. So we continue that every spring and like to expand that into the fall as well sometime. So it's not just existing businesses, it's businesses that are just in someone's imagination at this point that we're helping get across the finish line. So thank you for your support.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is David Thettinga, and I also reside in the Mount Pleasant area. And I happen to be one of those concepts. So I founded a company back in 2023 called Tikva Health and Wellness. And it is a concept that's slowly becoming a company. And I've been able to participate in the accelerator program here in Mount Pleasant. Locally, I relocated from Phoenix, Arizona, not knowing anyone back in 2020. And so the opportunity to work with this group here was such a blessing for me locally. And I also have had the opportunity with all my contacts nationwide to begin to look at investment to bring potentially to this community. And I would not have had that opportunity if it wasn't for people like Matt Brady, Grady over here, who you guys all know, and the mentors. So I would strongly recommend that we continue, if not fuel it even more so, because it's been such a tremendous value for myself.
Thank you.
Good morning, council members. My name is Gene King. I'm a part-time resident in Mount Pleasant. With this group of entrepreneurs, it's so important to understand that an entrepreneur really has to take a vision, bring it to reality, and implement it. This is what the Harbor Entrepreneur Center does for these people, for us, for all of us that are involved in it. It's an integral part of what's going on in business today. You're either government or an entrepreneurial startup with vision to make things happen. So your continued support in this is absolutely imperative to keep that vision going in the Mount Pleasant area. Anything you can do extra is always appreciated, of course. And thank you very much for this time to speak this morning.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Steve Roget. I'm the CTO of a company called Scambase. We're a digital diagnostics company out of Silicon Valley. We started about 3 years ago and raised venture capital from a program called Y Combinator. We also raised from the founders of Reddit, founders of DoorDash, Joe Montana, if you're a sports fan, and a few other notable investors. I'm a resident of Mount Pleasant and have lived here for a few years. The Harbor Center has been critical to our success here. When we started, we were doing about $20,000 of revenue. We're now doing millions a year. We have 7 full-time employees who work directly in Mount Pleasant, and we're trying to hire and expand more in the next 6 weeks. We've been very grateful for the Harbor Center's support. It's been instrumental to our work here. Just having a community of other entrepreneurs is extremely beneficial to us. It's really hard to do a startup. And yeah, we appreciate the town's support, and we look forward to more support. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Okay. We just need your name and address when you.
My name is Rebecca Ufkis. I've lived in the area for over 30 years. I'm a retired entrepreneur, and I built my business here. And I've been involved with the harbor since its inception. So several of us through the chamber did benchmarking on, amazing cities and how they're progressing. And one of the outcomes was a harbor entrepreneurial center, which was created here and has done so much good for so many entrepreneurs over decades. So having a facility like this, having something like this in the area, especially a vibrant community like Mount Pleasant, is kind of a keystone thing, I think, and something that people gravitate to. Secondly, I travel a lot. I'm on some college boards. I talk to people all the time who are creating harbor entrepreneurial centers or variations of throughout the country. So I think it's something we should have here, and to have it in Mount Pleasant would be, ideal. It's working, it's successful, it's attracting new people and a lot of energy in the technology community. And lastly, if you look at the mentors that it attracts, the people who have been successful and are willing to give back, and the amount of people and the amount of time that's going into this center, you would be, and I'm sure Grady can get you some of this information, the details are quite impressive. So I think looking at it like that, with a whole picture for the people in the room here today, as well as for the people who've been in this, been in this situation, or that will attract in the future, it's something worth some serious consideration. Thank you.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, thank you for the time. I'm Will Horn. I'm the founder and CEO of Global Digital Needs Agency. We're based at the Harbor Center as well. So I've been a Charleston resident for 3 years and the Harbor Entrepreneur Center resident for 2 years. There is, in my experience in the past, having helped launch innovation centers in other regions of the world, this is unique in our geography here to have a place like the Harbor Center. So I appreciate the prior investment in the Harbor Center. My own business has been able to launch a career-changing talent program. So we've employed 5 people locally and put, I think, 9 people regionally through that program. So we wouldn't have been able to have that sort of experimentation inside of our business and launch, innovative workforce redevelopment programs like that with partners across the state, were it not for our ability to move into a place that we could afford and provide access to low-cost facilities, as others have said. So I hope that we'll continue to support the harbor. I think it's an exponential investment for the town and for the region here. So thank you for the time.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Stanfield Gray. I live at 681 Pelzer Drive and have lived in Mount Pleasant for 15 years. I've been involved with the harbor since the beginning through Dig South Tech Summit and through Charleston Tech Week now. I'm the founder of those organizations. One of the mantras of the harbor is to create collision, and we've been able to do that with them through launching new initiatives, new events. Charleston Tech Week was largely launched through meetings at the harbor. We had over 200 people attend the launch of that. We produced a Launch Fest with the harbor last year, had over 150 people attend that event. Both events were free to the public, attracted a lot of entrepreneurs, a lot of energy. I can remember the harbor starting just 50 feet away from here or so outside in the other building that no longer exists, and to see it evolve and scale to the size it is now, and the interaction and the collision of the people in this room here has been so dynamic, so interesting. I can just see the ripple effects through multiple businesses, through the energy of the people that we're able to attract from all over the Southeast to attend our events, and the harbor is very integral and central to making that happen. So thank you for supporting it.
Thank you. Any other? Oh, we have another.
How you doing? My name's Robert Irick. I was born and raised right near here and have lived in Mount Pleasant in several locations, Charleston, Atlanta, but have been working on real estate transactions all of my life. Started out with CMS Corporation I tell you that because I'm linked very strongly to this area through a lot of family, and I'm very serious about the state of South Carolina. And during my workings, there were a lot of good things and bad things that were going on in real estate. And right now, the affordable housing issue is in front of us, and we have been working for about 12 years at every level in government. We've been in every major White House, Treasury, Fannie Freddie, FHFA, and they're all working very closely, and within 2 weeks or so, we expect to have all those approvals. It was done because of the HEC Center. I'd been working on this from Sullivan's Island to Atlanta, getting groups together at all these places, going in front of all the agencies, taking them together. But we're getting ready to introduce, with the help of senators, local senators and congressmen, and one of my board of directors is a Trump appointee, and we're actually going to the very top to make this introduction, and it will be a Mount Pleasant, South Carolina product that will be introduced across the state, and then it's a national product. So it's going to bring a lot of attention. It's going to be a really good thing. It's actually affecting a lot of people across the entire country, and it was born and pulled together because of the technology and the people at HEC. They came together and gave me the ingredients that I'm an old man and had never experienced, and helped me make it. So I just wanted to say that I'm totally behind them. I'd love to be a part of the whole organization because of what it can do. Sorry, but I have trouble talking a lot.
Thank you. No problem.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hope y'all will choose to support.
Any other speakers? Okay. With that, oh, we do have. Thank you.
I'm the CEO of Scanbase. Steve spoke earlier. We came from Y Combinator, and we came to Charleston because I believed that we could build a $1 billion company here. And I still do believe that. And I think that if we want to attract real tech talent to this place, and I know we have some sitting here in this room, we want to continue to do that, we have to be able to build unicorns here. That's a $1 billion startup. And I believe we can do that in Charleston, and we can build real tech here. We can compete with San Francisco and LA and New York and all these places. And I want to see that for Charleston. I think that's a great thing because tech isn't slowing down. And when we came around the corner and we saw the Harbor Center for the first time, we really believed, wow, these guys are investing in tech. This building is incredible. And we were both really excited. Steve's currently looking at his phone, but yeah, we were really, really excited about that. And I want to thank you for that opportunity and for empowering everyone in this room. And thank you so much. I hope we continue to do this.
Can I get your name for the minutes?
Of course, yeah, it's Jeffrey Lang.
Okay,
Thank you.
We have any other speakers? No? Okay. Thank you all. We'll move on to item 4. Our continued discussion regarding impact fees. Mr. Brady?
Yes, ma'am, Madam Chair. At the last committee meeting, we were given some direction to look at the Charleston Metro Chamber of Commerce's People First initiative and see if there's any chance to align what we do with impact fees with what they've kind of put together as a regional framework. And just as a reminder, the People First initiative, we are investors in that monetarily. There's 4 sort of pillars there: childcare, attainable housing, transportation, and workforce. But for this discussion, childcare is sort of the primary subject. And in their findings, they talked about zoning reform and impact fee relief. So it kind of aligns really nicely with what we are looking at right now, just an investigative process. Like we talked about, child care centers can face high transportation impact fees under our current structure, and that applies even when the square footage is unchanged in our change of use portion of our ordinance. And new construction, of course, could add further costs. So when we were looking at this and thinking how we could change our policy, fee relief, and these are ideas to discuss here, right? Fee relief could change to change of use of licensed childcare, maybe even new construction coming vertical out of the ground. We could do that through an ordinance-based use exemption. It could be an administrative process relief. We could even potentially look at a land use solution through creating some sort of overlay zone. So from a legal standpoint, this is a defensible use-based policy that we could write, and we think it would be legally defensible. It avoids subjective words like small business, which is, there are multiple definitions of that. And it really aligns kind of with broader regional workforce and economic development goals. And then based on the feedback from y'all, the next step would be to develop some sort of draft fee relief options for childcare facilities, coordinate with other departments on doing that. And just wanted to, keep in mind to think about housing and zoning elements for future consideration, not really this discussion, but as we kind of consider the housing affordability question, something to think about. So I'll turn it back to y'all to discuss.
Mr. O'Connor. Yeah.
Thank you.
You listed childcare on there. Is there a full list? I understand that the small business terminology is a slippery slope, but is there more than just childcare, or is that the only? Because we're following. If you go back, you're following the Chamber of Commerce definition.
Mm-hmm.
And what is all that definition?
This is so we have a definition of a child care facility in our zoning ordinance already, so we'd probably just use that. But there are 4 areas that the People First initiative look at. Child care's sort of number 1, housing number 2, and then transportation and workforce. So those are the areas that are, really big idea questions that they're trying to solve for. All of those are things that at some level staff or you guys are already trying to work on. Childcare is a new one for us to tackle, right? That's not typically something that local governments get involved in. I will say there are definitions under the small business, and the SBA defines small business, but it's different across all sorts of business types and disciplines. So, for instance, a roofer, the definition would be different than a child care facility, that would be different from a restaurant. So, in that sense, it's kind of analogous to like NAICS codes for business licenses, different ways to calculate and determine what a small business is. So, that's why I kind of honed in on child care to start, but we could look at other definitional things to add to zone relief for these fees.
You've got a pretty big representation of the business community in here right now. I guess my question to you and to Eric is, do you feel that the opportunity portion of this, if you're talking about a strategy, do you feel that's more area-based, or do you feel that that is more business-based, or is that a combination of both? If creating relief with impact fees, is that an area that you are trying to create positive activity in, an area of the town, rather, geographical area? Because you mentioned that could be part of this, right?
Yeah.
Or is it more, or are we looking for more of a business-based opportunity? Or is it a mixture of both?
It could be a mixture. My thoughts is primarily business-based, so the idea that childcare is something that everyone needs at some point. Well, not everyone, right? But a lot of people need, and it's very expensive. And so one way to alleviate the expense would be for us to eliminate or reduce impact fees. And so childcare is, from an economic development standpoint, not something you typically think about, but it's really part of your workforce development initiatives and thinking broadly about, okay, these people that are sort of our frontline people, can they afford high quality childcare? Are we discouraging it from choosing our community by impact fees and things like that?
Any
Go.
other?
Well, I've got one more, but
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah.
Of course, from the beginning, I wondered the legalities of targeting just, certain types of businesses. And I'm interested in, you said maybe we could have an overlay, learning more. Is that a way to do this? Do we know where they're located in town and where we might need
We could
them?
do-
Are they location based? Is kind of off of his question. Or places that are centrally located that have the infrastructure to handle the traffic. So
I
as far as
really,
the planning.
yeah, I really mentioned the overlay as just sort of a general possibility to adjust the land use policy. I think for this particular one, the strongest case would be a specific use. So, and Mr. Pagliarini has kind of chimed in on this. We do relieve impact fees for companies that are outlined in our economic development strategy, and it's kind of tied back to, say, the findings would say, well, the public purpose of this, its youths are the clusters that we're trying to attract. So I think you can make the same case for a specific business like childcare. We want more childcare facilities, therefore let's reduce this burden of the impact fee.
Right.
But that's really up, to y'all to decide, is that a policy direction to go or not?
Right. You said you had another question.
Well, so this becomes like an elephant. It just gets bigger and bigger and bigger the more you think about it. Impact fee is such a small. It's like we can answer this question very simply, right? But then it's really about what businesses are we wanting to attract in the town of Mount Pleasant. We need to see the overlay districts. We need to see what those businesses are, and we need to see what the cause and effect and how it relates even to like the Harbor Entrepreneur Center, because Harbor Entrepreneur Center is a great center, but we need them to have the ability to stay here in Mount Pleasant. We're investing up front, and we want them to stay in Mount Pleasant. So it's very important that we have that pipeline to keep those businesses here. So I have the ability to really complicate things. So it's a very simple thing, or we could really complicate it and make it. It's almost like a workshop discussion here. It really is. It's almost like an economic development workshop for a few hours. You don't have enough time in here. You got to allow people to come in and discuss this, and people that are more intelligent about this than at least I am. I won't put you in that category, but I'll put myself in that category. That I don't know how to shape this entire thing. And that's what we really have to shape, is an entire vision for the next 5, 10, 15 years of business in Mount Pleasant. I came here to talk about impact, which is a very short word. I just blew it up into an infinite discussion. Yeah. So I think I would like to see, I don't know what motion we'd make here. I'd like to see a little bit more of the overlay and the businesses, what we need. Right. In our next economic development
I agree.
Meeting.
Just
so,
more information.
So however you would like to word that legally, so we don't use the word small business, but I would make a motion to have your team come back and reach out to other businesses as well and see what is it that we can legally do in the town of Mount Pleasant to make sure that we have a positive effect on businesses for the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years. That overlay district and the type of businesses that we're allowed to talk about with the impact fees.
Right.
I don't know how you shorten that, but you drop that into AI. Do
I
you
think-
have AI
I guess
working
we
right
just
now?
want more
Drop that in
information.
AI.
I think I have
for me.
I think
More
I have the
information
gist.
on the demand and
Right.
The feasibility of it. I think we're both interested in. This is a good start to take this sort of as a target business and see how we can go and make it happen.
Okay.
So
And
that
have
was
a
my
positive
motion.
effect. Yeah. Well,
It'll
it's for
be shortened.
discussion. So yeah.
Okay.
They'll bring it back.
Okay, good.
Right. Just direction is all you need, I think.
Yes.
Okay. Next item is discussion and possible action to add property to the multi-county industrial park.
Yes. So the property in question, and I have a map for you coming up. It's the speculative industrial that is currently being built on Faison Road. Charleston County has added that parcel to their multi-county industrial park, and since it's in town limits, they need our consent via a resolution to tie it all together to make it legal. And as a reminder, because I don't know that we've really talked about this, why are multi-county industrial parks used in economic development? Here's a list, and I won't slowly read all of them, but it makes the property more attractive from a business recruitment standpoint. It unlocks incentives like job development credits and special source revenue credits. And this is really something, we are actively working projects with the county on these buildings that are out there. And as a reminder, there are 3 that total about 500,000 square feet out there. They're brand new. And so this shows some sort of regional collaboration. It will pair nicely with any kind of fee and lieu agreement that we work in conjunction with the county on these properties. And it's sort of a kind of proven, flexible tool that is used in every corner of the state to help make a property more attractive from an economic development recruitment standpoint. And here's some maps. It's Faison Road. You guys are, I know, familiar with these buildings. And just zooming out a little bit, they abut the regional airport. I can tell you there are already some exciting tenants that are close to signing a lease in there that are beyond just manufacturing or jobs like that. There are some community, family entertainment tenants that we're looking at. But the multi-county park tool just makes it a more flexible space and easy for us to go out there and market it. And so what we would ask from you guys is to decide, do you want to move to send it on to council to vote as a resolution to add it?
So this property is right behind Roper Hospital. It's pretty close to 17.
Yes, it is. It's the kind of big industrial buildings that have been built right there on Faison Road across from Carolina Park. It is right next to the property that we currently own on Faison Road.
Right. Okay.
What is the other properties? And is this the only property we're talking about?
This is the only one we're talking about.
Long Point is not Long Point. What's the road off Long Point over there? Isn't that on under this as well?
We have several properties in the multi-county industrial park. So essentially it's just a map of a bunch of properties throughout Charleston County that have been added to the roll. And the name multi-county industrial park is sort of a misleading because it's more of just a legal tool to allow us to allow anyone to adjust taxes and offer job development credits for good high paying jobs. So we have several throughout town, and happy to show you guys a map someday. We cleaned it up a few years ago. Some of the properties that were sort of added in there that didn't need it, there were more retail and things like that. So it's always good to kind of dust that off and look at it. But this is the only one we're talking about today.
Okay.
And you do have entertainment up there, because I know Faison Road is a pretty heated discussion right now.
We are working on one. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to move that to council for a vote.
Okay. I'll second it. And all in favor?
Aye.
All right. Next item is discussion and possible action to craft a letter of support for the South Carolina Shippers Association.
Yes, ma'am. We received a letter from the attorney representing the South Carolina Shrimpers Association, kind of part of a broader advocacy effort on their part. I think we've all seen that kind of play out. The specific request of the town is a letter of support from the mayor and implicitly from town council that would affirm Mount Pleasant's historic role in the shrimping industry, acknowledge the importance of supporting local fleet and protecting so-called truth in labeling, and to be included in a public-facing packet to generate media attention and legislative support. And in the letter, which was in your agenda as well, but that they said why Mount Pleasant, because we're the home of the historic home base of the Charleston shrimping fleet. Many kind of well-known operators have operated out of Mount Pleasant for generations, and a show of support would carry outsized influence due to the town's cultural and historical ties to the industry. So there's no financial commitment, and they're just asking us to be a part of a broader effort on their part. So it's up to y'all with what the next step would be, and wanted to put this in front of you.
Okay. I see Mr. Pagarini.
You have something to say?
He wants to add to the conversation today.
It's kind of a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
I do. Thank you. Good morning. Legal's concern is support of any lawsuit. The town historically has supported the Shrimpers Association. I think the lawsuit covers a number of grounds, which we can't comment on. Some may be true, some may not be true. But understand that that lawsuit names as defendants some of our local businesses as well that may or may not be supportive of the shrimping industry. So I did want to make that distinction, that legal does not recommend a wholehearted support necessarily of the lawsuit.
Okay, right. Well, that answers a lot of questions.
Yeah, I have.
Mr. Icahn.
I mean, I support our shrimpers wholeheartedly. I have supported them, both by presence and financial support. But I also support our hospitality business. And this is a lawsuit that's happening right now. And I'm not 100% sure that the town should get into the middle of that. I think we could do more as a council by seeing what we could do at the docks, seeing how we can educate the citizens, maybe through the education committee, if Mr. Brownstein is back there listening as the chair of the education committee, that he could do more by bringing that on the education committee, that local shrimp matters. And I definitely think there's more that we could do with our docks and making the shrimping industry more vibrant in the town of Mount Pleasant. And I think what is really hurting them the most is the foreign shrimp that's coming in. So while supporting the shrimpers in the hospitality industry, I think what we have to go after a little bit more is that undercutting of the foreign shrimp that is coming into our country, and really supporting the eastern seaboard of shrimp and our local shrimpers to have the ability. So that's where I kind of stand on that.
Right, I agree. We've shown a lot of support for our shrimping industry here, and with the purchase of the dock and recent renovations, and I think we can do more to continue to show support, but this situation might not be something we want to, get in the middle of right now, is my personal opinion, because we do support our local businesses as well. So I agree with Mr. Icahn. We can find other ways to be really supportive of them.
Okay,
and help
understood. Thank you.
So for now, no motion. Okay. All right. Next item is executive session, legal matters. Did we have anything before this?
I have a few slides to update you on the Harbor Entrepreneurship Center, just what we're doing, and just a reminder, and some things just to be put on public record. So we have a $100,000 request from the Harbor Entrepreneur Center for this fiscal year. We do have budgeted in economic development a line for entrepreneurship broadly. So the money is there budgeted. Previously, there have been no key performance indicators that we've worked on as we funded these guys. And the executive director and I have kind of worked together to put some KPIs in place so that there's clarity for both parties. They align with our goals and just some public accountability. The framework will include these 7 items: tenant reports, working with our team and their tenants on business license compliance, occupancy metrics, program and event metrics, upcoming community support, understanding of the space utilization, and then an annual financial transparency report. Some notable enhancements that we've agreed on is some tenant report shifted to quarterly, working again with town staff on business license components. They're looking at a rent adjustment to make some rents in line with market rate, and depending on the need of the tenant, which is really the scalable way to do this, makes it more flexible. A town survey and annual financial report that we'll basically I've created, that they will fill in the bubbles, right? Like what's your spend, what are you spending it on, things like that. Again, here's the survey, the tenant growth, what's the revenue of these tenants, what are their milestones. We try to stay in front of as many of these tenants as possible, both me and our economic development partners like the county. This will help us know everyone who's out there, recruitment success, and they have so many success stories coming out of the harbor, that one a quarter that maybe we can promote and celebrate on our end as well. Encourage growth, and we want to discourage long-term dependency, right? Because the idea is that one day baby bird leaves the nest, right? But like the Harbor Entrepreneur Center has the expertise to know, okay, these startups are in whatever phase, venture capital, raising funds, and sometimes they need to stay a little longer. So the scale rates based on business size, the sector, and the stage of development. And then financial transparency, a town-led annual financial summary. The harbor would provide spending breakdown, percent to operations, to staffing, to programming, and support public accountability and future funding discussions when they may come back in future fiscal years. And then this is all pretty much put together. It's a lot of the information that they already have. It was relatively easy for me to create things like a survey or a report, and we're going to roll it out starting now. So I wanted you all to understand that that's something that we worked on with them, because it's an important thing when someone's asking for public funds to kind of have a framework of accountability and an understanding of what's going on out there. I think you guys heard from some of their awesome tenants. It's been a success. I encourage you to go sort of walk around out there. But those are the things I wanted to share with you just before we go into executive session.
Okay. Alrighty.
Pretty awesome, by the way. Thank you.
Yeah. So for the executive session, it's A, legal advice and contractual matters related to the Harbor Entrepreneurship Center, and B, legal advice and contractual matters related to Faison Road property owned by the town of Mount Pleasant. Committee may take action on any item, including any subsection of any section listed on an executive session agenda or discussed in an executive session during a properly noticed meeting. So if we have a motion.
Move to go to executive session for legal matters mentioned.
A and B. Okay. I'll second that. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. We'll go into executive session.
So, the file that opens is PDF. I don't know if that makes a difference.
I mean, I just need to take this whole thing and just.
topic in economic development that really.
Hey, that's what I told myself. Still living it, and it's 10 years later. They do. This gets the education stuff. Some of the education stuff that we've done. The Greenwich School District will work with the registration. All through the school district, like so. We're not. We're going to be restricted. One is you're going to be in the right place at the right time. Two, we're not born two of them were charged, for rape, stuff, blue lights, and some of the moving forward, a lot of discretion, a lot of information. But like you said, these are there's no penalty. It's just put it off to the electric. Some of them are qualified. A lot of we went out there and looked at it. It's not the kid driving. Whatever came with it, pedal assist. And the state still uses a low thing on the clarified statute.
I was waiting for the
What they use? All the parents.
Yeah, I get 40 years.
Alrighty, we're returning from executive session. No votes were taken. Do we have any motion?
All right, we're back. All right,
Yes,
I
we're back.
make a motion to recommend to council action as discussed in executive session.
I'll second it. Any discussion?
Hmm?
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. And the next item is to adjourn, so we appreciate everything from
Thank you.
everyone. Thank you, Mr. Brady.
Thank you. Good work.
Oh God, I'm still here.
You're here. You're not moving
It's only me. I'm the only one showing up today.
Yeah, who else is on? Well, Gary's here.
Gary's here.
Gary. There's Gary.
My lips are chapped.
Thank you, man.
Got me all set up.
Oh, okay.
How you doing?
I'm good. How are you? You see the? Did you see the new thing we got? Show it to you. I'm gonna move it upstairs. I should have got it first before I said anything.
All right. That's wonderful.
Yeah, I'll leave it upstairs.
Yeah.
Another heat.
All right. We ready? Okay. We'll call to order our Health Recreation Events Committee meeting for Monday, August 4th. Next item is approval of minutes from the June 2nd meeting, if we have a motion.
That's so moved.
Second. Any discussion? Okay. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Next item is public comment. If you'd like to address the committee, we just need a name, address, and 2.5 minutes, please.
Marie Louise Noretto, 1133 Liberty Court, and I'm here. I represent the Mount Pleasant Community Arts Center Committee, which does business as the East Cooper Arts Advocates. And we are really concerned about the lack of information about the Arts Center that's proposed on the Johnny Dodds. There's been no information and no input from the local arts organization or even input from the public. And you've asked for information from pickleball players about the design of the pickleball court, but you aren't asking any of the arts organization or the artists who will use this space for input. And what we're asking is we would like more public input about that space, about when it's going to open, what's involved in it, and what it's costing the taxpayer in Mount Pleasant. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments? All right. Next item is item 4, updates and current status on the Community Arts Center. I did feel like we needed an update and where we are with the plan and maybe what the plan is.
Yes, so thank you. Short update here on the Arts Center. So it's currently under construction and renovation as we speak. We just received word back from the GC that our projected completion date is October 30th. They actually have an update meeting here this Friday to ensure that that date is still in the realm. So if anything is changed, we should know more this Friday. But right now, October 30th is the date. Once that building is substantially completed, then we hope to have activities going prior to the holidays. There will be some things that we need to get in there just to have the building running properly. So we're hoping that sometime around the holidays we can start our first events to kick off the new Arts Center. The building can hold approximately 325 people. When we do performing events or performances, we'll have probably about a 225 person capacity. Obviously bringing chairs and different things in limits our capacity a little bit. But we will have both visual and performing arts in there. I don't know if you can see this very well. You might be able to on your screen. Kind of gives you a layout of what it's going to look like. Here at the top would be where you enter the facility. We have 2 areas here that are kind of deemed classroom space where we'll have more of our visual arts activities going on. And then you can see the performing area where all of our performing arts will be going on. So hoping that, here in the next 60 days, we'll have something that we can open to the public for our community art space.
Let me ask
Yes,
you,
sir.
where exactly is this? Where exactly is this?
What you're looking at?
Yeah.
Oh, Steve, is Steve here? Yeah, Steve's been here kind of on the project prior to my getting here. So, Steve, you want to come up?
Johnny Dodds, a shopping
Eric,
plaza. Shopping plaza on Johnny Dodds.
Okay. All right.
The old used to be a gym. One of the fitness places had it for a while.
Okay. All right. Cool. Thank you.
Okay, so with this floor plan, I'm just trying to acclimate. Okay, so this you said at the top is the entrance
ma'am.
there, facing the road. Okay. All right, I understand now the layout. Okay, so as far as scheduling. Oh, yes. Come on up,
Just
Mr.
able to
Kirk.
help you out a little
Yes,
bit on that. Hey
thank
there.
you.
Good morning.
Yeah, maybe you could explain the floor.
Yeah,
plan
just
here.
so you know what you're looking at. Just this is all on one design page, which shows the left side. I don't want that to confuse you. The left side is the demo notes. So that left side of what you're looking at there, I didn't want you to like, where's that fit in there? You're really looking at the right side of the design page, and so up at the top is where you would enter from the parking lot coming into the building. On the top right hand side, you would come in. There's a ticket window as you come in that would be on your right hand side. There's 2 restrooms that you see. There's an open lobby area. First you'd be in the open lobby area, and there's 2 restrooms, and then doors going into the 2 classrooms that can be used both for art and dance classes, just different performing and visual arts classes. Or functions or practices or whatever it may be going on in those rooms. They're very, very versatile rooms. Then you finish your way going through the lobby and into I don't know, what would we call that, Keely? It was
That's a vestibule. The separation between the lobby and the main performance space.
Yeah, there's a small area. You don't want one set of doors going straight into the performing arts area. You have a double set of doors. You go through a set of doors and then into a vestibule and into another set of doors.
Right.
And then that'll take you into the performing area. And I can tell you that can be set up in all different ways. It's not a facility where there's a stage set on one end of the area and you have set seating or anything like that. It can be modular stages that can be positioned in all sorts of different directions, different formats. So it has a great variety of how it can be used.
Okay. So,
and then behind that is a workshop area and dressing rooms and that sort of stuff.
right. Okay. So everything will be mobile. Nothing will, the stage and the seating.
That's correct.
To be rearranged. Okay. So as far as the timeline and scheduling, I'm just trying to figure out when the public can actually start maybe getting in touch with trying to schedule their, any of their own practices, programming and all that. I know we need the building finished, but what timeline do we think they'll be able to start counting on use of the building and actually scheduling?
I think once we have a firm completion date, we are anticipating October 30th. That's what they've given us as their completion date at this point. I think he would be hesitant to be scheduling something until that's firmed up. And then there are some things that have to happen post receiving a certificate of occupancy. Just finishing touches and some signage up and getting some stuff in position, to be able to be ready to open. I think we're thinking somewhere around 4 weeks post construction completion.
Probably 6 weeks. That remember, we also have to include the lighting trusses and everything that has the electrical equipment to run the actual space.
Right.
It has to go in after the occupancy.
So it sounds like all next year will be fully operational and, able to book and use the facility. Yeah.
We're looking
so
for
before January.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That's what we're aiming for.
Right. Okay. This is a great update. Did you have any questions, Mr. Santos?
No, thank you. Appreciate it.
All right. Thank
Great.
you.
Great information. Thank you. Okay. Next item is just the updates on the Rifle Range Road Recreation Complex. I know. I assume we're still waiting on permits. Have those come through yet?
Yes. So Steve gave an update at our last meeting. So just kind of a little bit more detail on this update. You can see here the elements of the programming that will be omitted for now. Some of those elements we anticipate to put back in once we get closer to time here. But our three elements that we are hoping to include as a bid alternate are the sand volleyball courts, the outdoor basketball courts, and the dog park. So you can see here we've got some detailed pricing on what our value engineering items were. So those three items we're fairly confident will get put back in. The other items will be hopefully considered in the future. One thing that I do want to point out that may kind of have a little bit of sticker shock is it says down at the bottom a reduction of half of a soccer field. Although it did help with the savings, it was more due to the amount of space that we had out there. I thought that the fields need to be configured a little differently to be more effective for what we use them for. So that's kind of why that reduction of that half of a soccer field. So that's just kind of a little bit more detailed in giving you the pricing that wasn't given to you back in the last meeting that we had. So,
right.
Obviously, these things can change, with final construction design, but we feel that the numbers are fairly firm at the moment. So, and I think the layout of Rifle Range Road. I've placed it here. So this does show the reduction of that half of a soccer field to give us 3.5 instead of the 4 that were in initial design.
Okay. So basically, we're going to leave the space for future plans that we're not able to do right now. We're not
correct. It won't be
anything.
developed. We're going to leave it as is.
As is.
Yep. Until we decide or get funding for future elements that need to go in there. Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You have any questions, Mr. Santos?
No, I'm good.
Okay. Another great update. Okay. All right. Now, just general program and projects update.
Yeah, so you've got the numbers. Our numbers in our youth program obviously just keep getting bigger and bigger, so that's good. You'll notice a little dip in our adult numbers. That's typical during the summertime. A lot of folks have things going on. Our senior center is booming. We had our member appreciation last week. Mr. Demore was also there with his mobile office hours. So we had about 200 seniors come in and have some hot dogs and chips as kind of a little member appreciation. So they really enjoyed that. We just finished up a few of our larger events, last one being our Sweetgrass Festival. It was a little warm outside, but it was very well attended. And then coming up in October, we'll have our Children's Day Festival. So we do have two projects that one's about to finish and one will begin here very shortly. Our Carrio project's about 90% complete. We have a few items we're trying to get figured out with the turf, but we're hoping that here in the next 6 weeks or so that facility may be open and ready for use. And then our Muggsy Kerr Tennis Center, the new construction, we're currently in, I think, maybe our fourth meeting this week to kind of get that design squared away and analyzing the value engineer items so we can get to the budget number that we need. So, any questions?
No.
With the senior center, what, I guess, is it on the chart there? Our current enrollment and what's our?
Yes, I think it's 1960.
Okay.
So we're just under 2,000.
And do we know what our target number is where we consider it?
I don't know if
maxed
we
out?
have a target number, but that's the most we've had, I think, since the senior center's been open. So
Okay. It's just giving people general access. I just didn't know if we have, kind of a target of where we're maxed out. and we
obviously we
consider
don't
a
have
second one.
1,900 there in a day.
In a
They
day,
come
right.
for
It comes
various
and
different
goes.
programs and activities, but I'm over there pretty often and it's fairly busy, but nothing uncomfortably busy. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
All right. Okay. If we have no other questions, we'll adjourn. We appreciate it.
Thank you, man.
Thank you. recognized? Would it
They
be
are here
possible?
and they're welcome to be recognized. I think it's such a wonderful story that if you're comfortable with it, Miss Hyatt, we could
We
just
could-
wait until next month. And they'll come back one more time, but it's really a good story.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we don't want anybody to miss out on it.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
okay. Well, I guess we'll just adjourn this meeting until next month and
thank you.
forward these items to that agenda. Thank you.
for you. I know. How's it going?
Good.
Did you see down Hammer Hall? I went toward it the other day.
Yeah, yeah.
That's great.
I think it is great, and they'll just get better. This is your one, right?
Oh no, somebody's home. Little housekeeping in a minute. You get a countdown clock? Okay, thank you. Good morning. I'd like to call to order the Human Resource Committee for Monday, August 4th, 2025. Next is the approval of the minutes from the May 5th, 2025 meeting. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion to approve. Oh,
Move to approve.
all right, I have a motion to approve. I second that. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion approves. Next is public comment. You have 2.5 minutes for public comment. Do we have any public comment? I need to give public comment on my own just so I can get some public comment. You don't have anything to say? Nothing? All right. Seeing that there is none, we will go to item number 4, which is very exciting, a review of employee wage study. Good morning.
Yes, good morning. There was a wage study in the budget for this year, and that's underway, so I'm here today to give you an update on that. Okay, I apologize. As a reminder, the overall goals for this were to look at the town's competitiveness within the region. So the overall competitiveness, but we're specifically looking at having strong recruitment, high retention, and organizational resilience. Thank you. The scope of the study with the consultants is to look at the wages, the hourly and salary, as well as incentive programs. So that's typically for certifications and education that are above what's just required to meet that position. The peers that were included in the study are listed there, and these are organizations that we either compete with directly or they are similarly sized and structured organizations. So the point we're at right now, we have the initial reports from the consultant regarding the wages, the market comparisons completed, and they're identifying specific positions for further evaluation. To varying degrees, there are some specific positions that are lagging the market. And generally speaking, it looks like some skilled positions that are critical to our operations that we also compete with the private market for. The consultant will begin doing the next part, which is looking at the incentives. So in that regard, there are other places where the wages themselves look competitive, but we might be lagging the market in terms of the incentives that we provide once someone's in that position. One example of that we saw even before this study was with the police department. The Charleston Police Department offers a bigger incentive for getting a bachelor's degree. So they have a higher starting wage. They offer a higher incentive for really all of the educational levels. So that's one of them that is undergoing further evaluation. And then as far as next steps, we have identified those overall goals. We're continuing to work with a consultant to review, revise, and analyze the information as it comes in. We're also looking at, as well as the wages incentive programs, we're also looking at developing additional programs, for example, a housing assistance program. And at this time, we're really looking to provide you with that update and also to get some guidance from you as to what you'd like to achieve with the study and where you'd like to see this go.
Mike, yeah, Mr. Tinky?
I think it's critical that we have this, and I think it's the total package is what you're really looking at, because wages can be one, but if it's an unsafe workplace, then that gets thrown to the side. So I think that town's done a good job of updating this. I remember a couple of years ago doing it with police and fire and making the appropriate changes, which was wonderful. I think the total compensation of having the gym and the wellness programs and whatnot are ideal. So I think all those incentives and intangibles that really are tangible are important. I do think it's important to be part of the overall town's efforts with the other surrounding areas on housing and what that looks like. It's critical. It's not an easy job. It's not an easy solution. But if people are having to drive 45 minutes or an hour to come here, that really makes a difference. And so whatever creative ways we can do that, I think are important. But I look forward to seeing it, because I think retention is the key. As you said before, if you retain people, then your overall cost of running the operation, but the service to everybody is so much better. So congratulations on doing this.
Thank you.
Thank you. How far are we through this? What's the expectation of the end date of the study?
So we hope to have something by the next committee, if not before.
Okay, so September council meeting then as well is okay.
Right. So like a 4-week.
I think what's important is because I was looking at that as well. I mean, obviously you mentioned in here about and even Mr. Tinky had mentioned there's so many different things. You talk about the wellness program, but then I know we have a gym, and I know mostly fire typically goes to an offsite gym or something. So everybody has kind of their different things that they like, and creating some kind of package in which you can choose, where it's not a one size fits all. And Mr. DeMore and I discussed that as well, because if it's one size fits all, then we're not gonna be able to get everybody on board with that culture. I guess my question would be, and maybe you have or can present, do we know what the top 3, obviously culture is a big one, but the top 3 reasons or top 5 reasons why the staff wants to remain in the town of Mount Pleasant? Because then that's what, I mean, I enjoy. Is that part of the wage study, finding out what is retaining our staff?
It is not.
Because that's important, right?
Yeah.
Why are you here? Why do you keep coming back?
Yes.
Why do you keep coming here day in, day out? We celebrate staff members before many meetings, and we have got a lot of longevity here. So I think it's important to understand, and how do we then enhance that? So if we knew the reason why, then we could actually enhance that a little bit more as well. So thank you for doing the study. You mentioned about a possible housing. How far is what is our limit right now for police officers to take their vehicles home? Do you know that offhand?
The limit as far
isn't there
miles.
a mileage limit as far as, is there a mileage limit? 30 miles? Okay, thank you. And how far behind are we with the officers? I think maybe we're competitive with starting wage is what you're stating, but once you get your bachelor's, your master's, and I've done I did a ride along for an entire shift. And I think it's important to understand, I've mentioned this before, they are like psychiatrists, and there's much more than chasing down somebody that did something illegal. They are part of the community, and much of their job has nothing to do with actually having to pull out handcuffs or arrest somebody. I mean, if that's even 10% of their job, with how much they have to be a brother or a sister to somebody, or console somebody through something, is what I saw. So those degrees are very important, because so how far behind are we on those degrees? Do you know?
So on the degrees, for a bachelor's degree, we are about 2,900 behind what City Charleston offers, for
Per
example.
year. That's a 2,900, not one-time bonus, but 2,900 pay increase.
Different.
Okay.
Right. So we give that the incentive when it's earned, but then it stays part of the salary. So
Okay.
everything builds on that. So, yeah, the difference between ours and theirs is about 2,900 right now.
Okay. I guess we look forward to, if you need us to have it call a special meeting or something beforehand, then I'm sure we'd be happy to. But if it can wait till September HR committee, we could do that as well. But we're excited to see this.
The ongoing education is critical for everybody, and so it would be helpful to see who gets incentives and who doesn't get incentives. I can think, as you mentioned, IT before. That's a pretty critical area with what we have going on right now. So as we keep employees and that want to take that extra education and pay for it, I think that's great. Really key places like that. The other is when you do the comparative wage analysis, is that really a comparative analysis on the whole package? Like the education is one. I haven't done this before, but on the education, is it on travel time? Is it on healthcare, daycare, all the other elements that are important?
So we didn't include benefits in this one, just from the last one and how we've compared ourselves over time to keep up with that. We have a pretty good idea on the benefits, how we compare, and that's very competitive. I would say it's very similar to City of Charleston. We have our own healthcare center, which I think is a distinct advantage. But they're looking at the wages themselves and the incentive programs. So we're giving them what we already have. It's if each department can have its own incentive program. Within that department, if it's a department that has a wide range, for example, the Finance and Administrative Services Department, IT is part of that, which you mentioned. So even the different IT positions, they have different incentives for each of them. So they have different base requirements, and then they have different incentives. So we gave the consultant all of our incentive programs: fire, police, planning, EDS, public services, all of the facts, all of those, and then they collected them from these peer organizations, and they're looking at them. And to some extent, we'll look at that package together, the wages with the incentive.
Well, so another item is, if you just look at retention as for all staff, that doesn't really help you. Does this also do the comparative retention for those positions in the towns that you mentioned before, so we get a sense of how we are retaining? I was in the hospitality business before. We were terrible about retention. I mean, absolutely terrible. But we found out that if you had health care and you really worked on the health care, then it was much improved. I mean, dramatically improved, and people would stay. If you incentivized them with pay for education, and went up again, there were factors that made such a difference, and so your cost of turnover is dramatically reduced. So it'd be interesting to know by job class or by type what the retention is to comparative areas. And that way we'll know how we're doing, because it's all relative.
Yes.
It could be an IT that is typically always high and hospitality is low, and if we just become a C level, we're dramatically better than everything else, even though we want to improve more than that. So I think looking at that retention is really critical. Is that part of what we'll be seeing?
So they're doing it at a high level. I'd have to see, and I have not seen that yet, how far they drill down into the different positions.
Well, I think it's important for, if we look at public works, I mean, to know the retention. there's challenges in different areas, and so that's an area we really want to see how that is. Fire and police, we always mention those, but as I mentioned before, that's not to take away from IT that may have something to do with how we're the safety of our data. So I mean, I think we really need to look at each of these areas. Everybody's critical that works here. Some can make a more dramatic impact on the whole community, though, and so I think it's important to look at those and see what it is, and then to find out. And it's an old-fashioned thing too to say this, but when in doubt, ask what the customer is saying. And if the customer is our own employees, in a way that's private. To know customer satisfaction too, I think is always helpful in comparison to how things are going. But those are just my thoughts.
No, I agree. And hospitality business as well, where health insurance matters at maybe C-suite level, and my culture HR guy calls it C-suite, so I've started calling it. But where a cook will leave me for 20 cents, right? So those different. Having that, I really look forward to a package that's going to matter. I don't know how the chief is doing with the fire department with the changed schedule. That being part of that package, right? That's kind of a benefit package. I know Andy over in Public Works. He's going toe to toe with landscapers, and if you think about a landscaper that drives to Mount Pleasant to do somebody's lawn, they're already clocked in from Somerville to here, and that's what Andy's got. We're asking them to get here and then clock in, right? And that's the difference. So he's got a tough road as well, and we got to help each individual department with that. So some kind of package that is specific to each thing. You guys know what you're doing. Eric's talked about it, so I look forward to seeing that as well. So thank you for bringing this up and for bringing it to us. So we look forward to the final results. And go ahead.
And one last one. I think it's important where you have people having to drive long distances. And we just had the folks here from CARTA, and that was important. But it could be that we need to be doing more innovative ways of not busing, but transportation for folks that are coming in, pooling at a particular location, bringing in, because that could reduce the cost and the stress and all the other factors. I know we did that on Hilton Head. It made a dramatic difference. I mean, a dramatic difference. And so, and we pooled it among private entities, and then we got public money too. And so, as we talk about that at one of the most recent meetings in town called Refuel, everybody's dealing with this. So I think how we get people in carpooling and whatnot here, if it will be accepted as something that would be good, is dependable transportation.
I'm gonna mention this one. I might have to take it back, so I apologize, Eric. But even the varying hours. If you could skip that, if you can start work at 7 a.m. and skip that traffic, or work here at 9 a.m. and skip that traffic, that helps the Low Country. Some of our larger employers need to be looking at that anyway, being able to give those varying hours.
So we do offer flexible scheduling when it works for the operations of that department. So
cool.
Court, it's not going to work for.
Right.
But a lot of the other positions do have that. So when that's available, that's an option. The schedule can be a big factor. So public services works 4 days a week. They work longer days, but they work 4 days a week instead of the city that they work 7 days a week.
Right.
And fire's new schedule is something that nobody else is doing.
And
So
that's good results, you said, so far? Good. Awesome. Okay. I'm good. You good? Good. All right.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you
Thank
for
you.
all that work. Appreciate it. And with that, we are adjourned. No, thank you.
I think there's some things like that we definitely can do.
and I will be chairing this meeting today on behalf of Ms. Whitley, and I'm calling the meeting to order. The first item on our agenda is approval of minutes. However, we cannot make any motions or make any recommendations, so we will be allowing people to speak. There is a opportunity for the applicant to speak separate from public comments, but as well as representative from company that has sent us a letter. So is there anyone here who would like to make public comments? We can receive public comments. Please come up, give me your name and address. You have 2.5 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Sarah Eck. I'm the store manager of our Belk store in Mount Pleasant, South Carolina at 1200 Belk Drive, Mount Pleasant, South Carolina 29464. Much of what I will speak today is included in the objection letter submitted to the Town Planning Committee 2 weeks ago. Belk has operated its store in the town center for 27 years. We're a legacy tenant in the shopping center and have contributed millions in the city, special district, and real property taxes to the Mount Pleasant community over this period. Contributions that continue total hundreds of thousands annually. It's the tenants and businesses operating in the town center who cover the cost of operating, ensuring, maintaining, and even paying taxes on the common area amenities, such as green spaces and lighting. These features have made the town center a centerpiece of the community, a de facto privately funded town center. I believe this is at the risk of the proposed rezoning and redevelopment to go forward. Last year alone, town center tenants contributed almost $4 million to support the common facilities used by the community. Belk's portion of that was nearly $1 million, in addition to the traditional rent we pay under our leases in the center. Given Belk's substantial investment to the community, we were shocked to learn that after the most recent commission meeting that there had been public discussions and presentations related to the application and redevelopment plan. This plan, submitted by the town center's current ownership, was made through the township planning and zoning process and appeared to be based on the proposition that Belk may not remain a tenant in the center. We were equally disappointed that such a plan and application were introduced into a public forum without any discussion with Belk, especially considering taxpaying dollars along with staff, commission, and the council members' time were spent administering and reviewing a plan that the town center owners knew, if then constructed by them, would be in direct conflict with Belk's existing lease and agreements with others. Finally, I want to express my concern about the attainable housing that some may expect from the proposed amendment and plan. While I support the need for attainable housing, this proposal, instead of increasing the number of market rate units currently allowed, and the developer has no requirement to include in any attainable housing unless they choose to exceed the 4 market rate units per acre currently permitted. The zoning code compliance calculations in the plan are hypothetical. If approved, the owner could build all of phases 1 and possibly 2 without providing. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Janet Smith. I'm the Senior Vice President of Strategic Initiatives at Belk, and my responsibilities include overseeing our real estate portfolio, including the store at 1200 Belk Drive, Mount Pleasant 29464. I want to address a few inaccurate statements that have been made. First, Belk is not in receivership. We've met all our obligations at Town Center. We're financially strong, and we are not in bankruptcy. Second, Belk holds long-term leases for both our main store and our men's store. We have options that allow us to stay in operation until 2053 and 2043. We own the main store building and have invested heavily in both buildings. Third, under those leases, the owners of Town Center do not have the right to move forward with most of the improvements shown in the conceptual plan they have submitted. Here are a few specific lease terms that directly conflict with the plan. First, In our lease, new construction is only allowed in the existing building areas or other specified permitted building areas. Building in most of the parking lots, sidewalks, drive lanes, or green space is not permitted. Second, the lease limits almost all building heights to 35 feet. The plan shows buildings around 55 feet. Third, the town center must maintain certain parking ratios using surface level parking. Structured parking decks are not allowed, with the exception of the existing deck used by the hotel. Finally, some of the proposed uses in the plan simply are not allowed under our lease. These terms were carefully negotiated to support Belk's investment and align with Mount Pleasant's retail-focused zoning goals. Belk respectfully asks that any approved plans be realistic and feasible, and the current one is not. It does more harm by publicly outlining a speculative contingency that may never occur than it would if the owner simply returned to the town when redevelopment is actually needed. The township should also avoid setting a precedent of dedicating staff, volunteers, and council members' time to hypothetical scenarios. Doing so risks straining resources and inviting claims of selective targeting based on speculation. Thank you for your time. We've enjoyed our 27 years at Mount Pleasant Town Center and look forward to continuing to serve local residents.
Good afternoon. My name is Rob Nickel, Regional Vice President at Belk for our South Carolina Coast Region, and I am as well a Mount Pleasant resident. My address is 2077 Ashburton here in Mount Pleasant 29466. I have over 30 years of global retail experience, and through that lens, I believe the town center owner's proposed zoning amendment meant to prevent further vacancies could actually accelerate retail decline and limit community options. As a local resident, I'm invested in the town center's success. This proposed plan presents serious risks, and I want to highlight 5 critical points. First, the loss of surface parking makes shopping less convenient. The harder it is to access a store, the fewer customers will walk through the door. Second, tall residential buildings in phases 1 and 2 would block visibility to retailers behind them, risking the out-of-sight, out-of-mind effect. Third, increased traffic and reduced circulation from added density, event activity, and parking decks are likely to clog internal roads, have a spillover effect onto already congested Highway 17 and Hungry Neck Boulevard, a residential road, and disrupt both vehicle flow and pedestrian safety. Fourth, the vacant former Bed Bath & Beyond space represents only 6.8% of the total gross building area of the Mount Pleasant Town Center. That's actually within national averages, and it should not drive an entire redevelopment plan. In my opinion, that space will lease easily if assurances are provided to prospective tenants that the surface parking in front of such space will remain and the space is priced appropriately. And fifth, as an anchor, Belk's success relies on a critical mass of co-tenancy with peer retailers. The proposed redevelopment risks changing the center into an essential goods strip model, losing the unique, non-essential retail mix that makes Town Center so special. I respectfully urge you to vote no on the proposed amendment and ask you to consider the 4 following points with any decision-making framework. Then any approved plan include the Belk store buildings and surrounding parking areas only as they exist today in their current configurations. That you do not permit the change in height limit above the 35-foot level. That no restricted areas under Belk's lease be included in zoning compliance calculations unless and until those areas become legally unrestricted and there's a reasonable expectation they can be delivered. And finally, I request that the zoning amendment be specifically qualified with the requirement that any proposed development must comply with the terms and provisions of Belk's, as well as other existing tenant leases, so long as they remain in effect. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to speak with
you. Would anyone else like to speak during public comment? Excuse me.
Committee members, my name is Jay Claypool, 151 Meeting Street, Charleston. I'm legal counsel to the owner, Continental. I'm here to address the concerns of Belk as well as the concerns they've raised in a letter y'all have received July 18th. To be clear, nothing in this process implies that Belk or any other tenant at Continental's Town Center is being pushed out or that their presence is unwelcome in the center. As y'all have made comments on your own and acknowledged, this step is simply Continental being a responsible property owner to plan ahead for whatever future contingencies may come, whatever they may be. And they're not individualized to any particular tenant. We find it sort of striking that Belk claims that they were surprised to learn of this proposed PD amendment, which has been working its way at various levels of the town for the past 4 at least years. Been through plenty of public meetings, has plenty of press along the way. Belk, for context, Belk is one of 70 tenants in Town Center, all of whom at some level have been made aware of Continental's desire and plan to seek potential diversification of uses at the Town Center to ensure its long-term viability, and that line of communication with Belk remains open. Whatever concern that Belk has raised today and in their letter, that they have a concern with Continental's plan for the Town Center, these concerns can and will be addressed by Continental in accordance with the terms of the Belk lease at the appropriate time. And that time is when Continental actually has a plan to propose to both the town and all of its tenants. And that time is not today, nor when this proposed PD amendment goes through council. Those are that's the opportunity when when Continental is seeking only rights under zoning to pursue certain uses and is not actually yet pursuing them. But we can talk with Belk and others, at that appropriate time. So we trust and hope that the town understands Continental's position on this, and when the committee is able to reconvene and get a full body committed, that they can stay the course and begin to proceed this application to council. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to speak with public comment?
Good afternoon. I'm John Darby. I live at 1500 Three Gates Road at Seaside Farms in Mount Pleasant. The CEO of the Beach Company, which is owned by the Darby and Way families, many of which live in Mount Pleasant. The Beach Company's enjoyed doing business in Mount Pleasant for over 80 years. I've lived there for over 62 years. And I often go to Town Center almost weekly. Town Center serves as the core of this town. It pulses with daily life, shopping, residents and visitors together come with their friends and family and enjoy Town Center. My family's investment in Town Center in partnership with Continental Realty is significant. I think we're the first owner since it was built in 1999 that viewed Town Center as a legacy asset. Our greatest concern when we purchased Town Center was Sweetgrass Corner. Had a big vacancy with the ByLo. We ended up acquiring Sweetgrass as well. And as you know, Trader Joe's recently opened where ByLo was vacant for over 5 years. During COVID, we offered concessions to over 50 tenants at Town Center to keep them in business. We also provided them legal counsel, helping them with apply for their federal PPP loans. Bed Bath & Beyond has been vacant for over a year. It's a big vacancy at Town Center. And I bring that up because the longer it's vacant, the harder it is to overcome. Retail experience in projects like Town Center has changed the last couple of decades. The way we shop, the way we work, live, spend time with our families, it's proven with the appropriate mix, a project like Town Center can thrive. Now, our team has been working with the town planning staff for over 2.5 years, planning for possible future improvements. Yeah, I'm out of town. Time.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Alan McMahon with the Beach Company. I'd like to grant my 2 minutes to Mr. Darby, if that's okay.
Go Go ahead.
Thank you. So we've been working with the town for over 2.5 years. We have been open to all the town's requests. 60,000 square feet, family entertainment uses, additional park space, which the town can use at no cost. Retail space is dedicated for startup programs so local businesses can start their business. And we're in agreement with workforce housing and height. Well-operated organizations have strategic plans, 5-year plan, 10-year plan, 15-year plan. The town's strategic plan expires this year, actually. Our goal is just to have a long-term strategy for Mount Pleasant Town Center. Now, Belk's, I've shopped at Belk's since they opened. My children shop at Belk's. My grandchildren shop at Belk's. I think these pants I'm wearing came from Belk's. We welcome them to continue to do business at Town Center as long as they follow their lease. And we intend to follow the lease as well. We can't control, shockingly, we can't control what goes on social media or even the public's opinion. But we're pleased they're there, and we're fine with them being there for as long as they follow their lease. So the next steps, and your decision today or whenever you have a quorum is very clear to us. We think it's very clear to the citizens of Mount Pleasant. Do you want Town Center to thrive, or do you want to turn your back on it and let it fail? It could be the next Pseudo Mall. Or if you lived here long enough, it could be the next Town Square Center. Is the town going to abandon this asset and let it fall? Or is Town Center going to go from good to great? And that begins today. We're happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to be heard during public comments?
Good afternoon, Planning Committee. Daniel Brownstein, 1391 Downsbury Drive. Actually speaking about a different agenda item, and that is number 5, which is the annexation request along 17 between Goodwater Drive and Tupelo Forest. Just wanted to put this in the record that land as it's currently zoned today in the county is 1 unit per 3 acres. So it's not an S3. Which is what we're generally accustomed to in the settlement community areas. If we do annex and bring it in as CC, that would be 3 units per acre. So just wanted to highlight that this is a proposal that would increase the density in that area. I went to a recent community meeting at the 10 Mile community. They are committed to maintaining that area as more of a rural zone. They can't envision any scenario where it would be more than 1 home per 1 acre. And so just wanted to bring that to your attention. It's currently zoned 1 per 3 acres. The max that they could envision in their community is 1 unit per acre. So it's probably more conducive to a rural conservation zoning if it's brought into the town, which would be 1 unit per 1 acre. And similarly, I think that we need to look at our future land use map on that area, the west side of 17. Right now, the future land use for that area is CC, but that doesn't reflect the current reality of how that land is zoned today. And so I'm hopeful that in the next couple of months, you guys could take a look at that future land use plan and perhaps amend it so that any future annexation requests from that area would come in as a rural conservation designation rather than a community conservation zoning. So thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Would anyone else like to be heard? Seeing none, Ms. Reed?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Peter is going to present Town Center.
Thanks, Michelle. Good afternoon, Planning Committee. Happy to be here to discuss Town Center. So as you recall, last month we covered the salient points for this proposal. I want to provide just a brief overview and then let y'all direct us in whatever field of inquiry you would like to go in. But again, this is a request for a PD amendment, conceptual plan, and an impact assessment for these three areas: the Town Center, Sweetgrass Nook, and Sweetgrass Corner, aggregate total of 52 acres. So this is a phased development plan. Phase 1, you have the Plan Northwest. This is currently a surface parking lot. Phase 2, Northeast, is a existing surface parking lot, and then the future phases do become a little bit more vague and detailed just due to the existing structures on site. And in 2024, they did have looped in the phase for Sweetgrass Corner. They've reduced their scope since that time, and that has been removed from the scope. So in comparing the 2024 and what was previously requested and what is currently being asked for, I tried to bring all resources to bear and showing this graph, but it was clear from feedback from committee that this was not necessarily a perspective that you wanted to view things from. So I took another crack at it with an updated graph, and this is just a usage comparison of existing square footage, the square footage that's currently being proposed by the applicant, and then what would be conditionally allowed with an impact assessment just by town standards. So right now within Town Center, you have 500,000 square feet of retail space. They're proposing to add 170,000 square feet of retail space, and with an impact assessment alone, they could achieve that in town standards. And then you get over to the multifamily units, and that kind of breaks it down to its component parts as well. Either way, whether you go by what they're currently requesting or the town standard, it yields 420 multifamily units. But the thing to note is that the attainable units that would be netted would be 105 under their proposal. The town standard, the net would be 210. So that's just a way to look at it, of the breaking it down to the component parts of what is being requested. So that is the brief overview. Glad to answer any questions that y'all have. Michelle and I, glad to kind of follow down any inquiries you have.
Okay. Ms. Hyatt, do you have any questions of Ms. Reed or Mr. Stone?
I am curious about if you go back to the plat of the property, the Sweetgrass Corner, they're not proposing any development there, but is that how does our ordinance work with using that space to calculate units allowed, like residential units allowed, or parking, or that sort of thing, accommodating that, including that?
Sure. So for mixed use projects, density is calculated off of the acreage that is, and here's the key term, functionally integrated. That's the key term that the ordinance cites. So from this proposal, they are requesting and proposing that they have functionally integrated 52 acres of site and developable area, and therefore the density would be calculated off of that 52 acres. That's not necessarily, you don't have to agree with that premise. That is, up for negotiation. And the litmus test that we often see for this is, let's just say you're referencing this 10 acres. Let's just say that this was severed and sold to separate ownership. The question would be, could both of these parcels still meet their zoning requirement? So if you have a density that you're calculating and you have 420 units, if this was severed off and decided to develop independently, then this would not. This 42 acres would then become more like 10 units an acre, rather than this not having any multifamily on at all. So they might need to uniformly integrate it better. That would be an option, for sure.
So our ordinance doesn't clearly define that they can include that acreage?
It would have to be integrated, functionally integrated, and it really, I mean, it's up for debate of whether it is functionally integrated right now. If they're not, the previous plan showed a continuation of that blocks and lot pattern. It's now being left alone and being developed independently. So, there are two vehicular interconnection points, so you could say that it's vehicularly connected and integrated, but as a pedestrian and being a part of the shopping center, that's for council to decide.
Okay.
I know we had representatives from Belk speak during the public comment period. I had spoken to a Ms. Frost regarding her letter, which was submitted in objection to the applicant. And it appears that the individuals who spoke from Belk used her letter in their comments. Is there anyone here from Belk besides the three applicants or the three individuals who spoke that would represent Ms. Frost here today? Ms. Frost is the vice president of Belk for real estate, and she is the individual who submitted a letter to the town on Belk's behalf, but a number of the comments in her letter were specifically addressed. So I don't believe it's necessary to go over that again unless there is somebody here representing Ms. Frost.
So Ms. Frost is a member of my team, so.
Microphone.
Yeah, come up to the microphone, please.
Good afternoon again. I'm Janet Smith, and as Senior Vice President, Ms. Frost reports to me. She's a member of my team, and so she could not be here today, but the three of us are in close contact with her.
So we've lived up to our suggestion to her that if she wanted an opportunity to speak, y'all have done that on her behalf, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And as I mentioned earlier, I would offer that same opportunity to the representatives from Town Center, but I believe we've already heard the same thing from them as well. Is that correct? Okay. The question that has come up, Mr. Pagliarini, is we do not have an opportunity to receive any suggestions or votes on behalf of this committee to send this forward or to make any recommendations. Is that correct? We don't have an opportunity to send this to council at the present time without a quorum. Is that correct?
Correct. This committee, because there is no quorum, cannot do that. Of course, sir, there are other rules in our ordinances which could allow us to move forward, but without recommendation.
And if you could offer to us what that might be.
Three of us.
Specifically in this case, I believe there are two. This is an application. It could move forward without recommendation. Also, if any council member were to add it to the agenda, it could get on in that capacity. So I think there's definitively two.
What was the first one?
Well, sir, it is an application from a third party. This is not staff driven. This is not council driven. It is application driven. And as such, it could move forward to council agenda without a vote of this committee.
Depending on whether or not a council representative or the mayor asks for that to be done, is that correct?
That is the other way. Yes, sir.
Okay.
It would take three.
Ma'am?
Would it take three?
It would
Three
be
members
just
to add
one
it.
council member
Oh.
because it has been heard at committee. It was previously heard at committee.
Okay.
As you're aware, if it has not been heard by committee, it would take three council members, but in this circumstance, just one.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Well, as you've heard our attorney, we're not going to make any recommendations today, but it is potentially available to go forward to council or not, depending on what we hear from other council members, number one, or from the applicant as well. So, hearing that,
How can I say something?
well, let's just finish this segment. And I think the issue is going to be whether or not a council member or the applicant wants us to go forward. And I think the best thing to do is get that in the future between now and Tuesday on what the applicant or a council member or the mayor chooses to do for this project. I think that's the best way to do that. And if it comes from the applicant, I think it should be in writing to the town if they want it to go forward. And or a council member can ask, as we've heard, to go forward. So I think that's the best way to do it and go forward. Ms. Hyatt?
So otherwise, without a recommendation, it'll automatically be back on this agenda next month? Would it be heard again by this committee? No.
This application has already been through this committee with recommendation. It could come back to this committee if council, again, if this committee adds it to the agenda next month or at a future date, or council remands it back to this committee for further discussion.
Okay, so nothing's automatic. Okay.
That's correct.
Without the recommendations. Okay.
And I have a question for Ms. Reed. Where do we stand in terms of this application having to start all over again?
It had a public hearing June planning commission meeting. Yeah. So it's 6 months from the time that the planning commission makes their recommendation. So it's at the most 3 months. So we've got about 3 or 4 months before we hit that 6 month period.
So we have time.
Yes, sir.
For this application
to come back to planning
come
committee.
back to the planning
Yes, sir.
committee, or go to council.
Or go to council.
But we've got, you said 3 to 4 months.
Yeah. Is it June? Yeah. I think it was June. So yeah.
Okay.
6 months from the June commission hearing.
So we're not in a position where we could possibly require the applicant to start all over.
We're not at that point yet.
Okay. That's I was curious about that myself.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Ms. Hyatt, do you have any other comments?
It's difficult without having all of us here to deal, to really discuss it. But I mean, I do wonder what our obligations are when we hear about the potential for some legal thing coming up if we approve something that's not supposed to be approved based on lease and legal documents. So that kind of complicates things a little bit to have this new news, but I think that could be part of a conversation with full committee, if that's anything that would be of consideration for us as a council.
Right. And I myself feel that we may have erred in accepting without getting the information from Belk of where they were coming from. And it would be great, since we've already heard from Belk that they're willing to work with the applicant to make something happen that both can accept, that that would be the best thing, I think, for all of us. Town, the applicant, the representative from Belk as well. So with that, I think we move on to the next item on the agenda. Again, we won't be able to make any motions or recommendations.
Councilman, can I say one thing? I think it'll be very easy on everybody if you let me just.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. As much as we would like to have 3 council members recommend approval and send it to council, we're okay without any recommendation going to council. And so it'll move along. So, is that okay over there?
On the agenda, I just, for our committee's edification and for those here, of course, council is not required to vote on it. They could simply send it back to committee. So that is possible.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Okay, next item on the agenda is continued discussion on an ordinance providing for the annexation and zoning to CC, a Community Conservation District, 5 parcels with an aggregated total of 11.85 acres. Parcels are located along Highway 17 North between Thomas Goodwater Drive and Tupelo Forest Drive. Ms. Reed.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So you all have seen this. It came before you. It's the 11 plus acres located there. It's currently in the county. They wanted to annex and zone community conservation in the town. It was deferred for a while because of the historic district that is there, that exists in the county. It is recommended for settlement community land uses. Now, I want to clarify that on the comp plan, future land use, because it's designated as that because it is a designated settlement community. But if you look in our comp plan, it specifically says properties that are designated for settlement community, and it talks about the appropriate zoning district. So the appropriate zoning district for that designation inside the urban growth boundary is CC. Outside of the urban growth boundary, the appropriate zoning is RC2, which is what we heard Councilman Brownstein mention during the public comment. So that's correct. The CC is 3 units per acre. The RC2 is a more appropriate zoning because this is outside of the urban growth boundary, as we can, oh, it didn't show up there. But the urban growth boundary runs along Darrell Creek Trail there. So the appropriate zoning would be RC2. However, the applicant requested CC. So that is what is before council to take action on as far as the CC zoning. And again, that RC would be more appropriate. It would be 1 unit per 3 acres, which would be comparable to what it is in the county at this time. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Ms. Hyatt?
Okay, so to summarize, if we annex this, it comes in not SCC. Is that what you said? Because it's outside of the urban growth boundary?
No, they're requesting CC.
Yeah.
And if you give them what they request, it comes in as that. But if we don't do automatic zonings anymore, they all get a public hearing. So back when we used to do automatic zonings, if it just came in and annexed, it would be automatically assigned CC. That's been removed from our zoning code. So they have to request a zoning. They are requesting CC. for them to get RC, it would have to be denied, and then they would have to reapply and apply for the appropriate zoning and try to get that approved.
Oh, okay.
We
I know
don't
in the
do
past we have annexed and denied the request to, go R4, and then it automatically comes in at R1. So I just wondered if this falls as some sort of automatic zoning if we deny their request to kind of upzone it.
That section of the code was removed, I think, for the automatic zoning. So it would need to be denied. Well, that's a great question. So if you approve the annexation, but you deny the zoning,
which we do often.
yeah. So it would come in. It would come in what the future land use says. So it would be CC if you approve the annexation, you would deny the zoning.
Okay, so that's what I was asking.
Correct.
It's automatically CC, not.
It would be if the.
Okay.
It would be.
Okay.
Yeah. In this situation, this is a kind of a unique situation, but yeah.
All right.
And recall this received first reading, and then at final reading it was deferred, and then it was placed on this agenda for discussion. So it would ideally be for final reading next Tuesday.
Okay. So it's automatically going to be heard by council.
But in this particular case, with no recommendation going to council, the applicant would have to request it go forward or not?
No.
No.
No, it's already going
It's
through.
already been recommended by committee back when it came through the first time.
Okay.
Council requested that it come back to committee for further discussion. It will go back on the agenda. It is possible for council to vote or to send it back to committee.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments, Ms. Hyatt? No. Okay, next item is discussion and possible action regarding heights of detached accessory structures.
All right.
Ms. Reed.
Yes, sir. So this was sent to the Planning Commission for discussion, and they asked for some numbers. They wanted to see, generally what are we seeing with permits when it comes to this area. So we came up with the timeline of January 2023 to current. For the entire town, 370 total detached accessory structures, 38 of those are ADUs. The rest are other, a lot of outdoor pavilions, kitchen areas, pool houses, cabanas. Really, the only thing we removed from the spreadsheet was stands where you would put pool equipment, simple things like that. We tried to keep larger structures in there. And then if you narrow it down to the Old Village Historic District and the Neighborhood Preservation Overlay District, you see the numbers there for that area. 131 total detached accessory structures, and then 22 ADUs. So the commission had also asked for us to look at a couple of other municipalities. So we looked at Savannah and Wilmington to see how they regulate their detached accessory structures. So we started with the town, of course, for a clean comparison. We do have major residential detached accessory structures now in our new code, which includes ADUs. 6-foot side and rear setbacks. Maximum size is 850 square feet. You can only have one ADU per lot. The ADU and all detached accessory structures are held to the same lot coverage and where impervious surface applies. So it's included in there, bless you. And then occupancy of a ADU. You have to have your house owner occupied or your ADU owner occupied. You have to live in one or the other if you have an ADU on your lot. And then maximum of 3 persons per ADU. So for Wilmington, it was interesting. They had some other provisions that actually the commission decided to recommend and include in their proposal. But gross floor area of an ADU, so they have their maximum size, but no ADU shall exceed 50% of the principal gross area. So they actually allow an ADU to be 1,200 square feet, but in no case can it be more than 50% of your principal area. Setbacks were a little bit smaller, 5-foot side and rear. And here I've just kind of consolidated that. So swimming pools did not count towards the detached accessory structures, the number, and you can only have 2. So if you have a detached garage and a detached ADU, that's it. You can't have another detached structure. For Savannah, they had a maximum building coverage of 40%, which all detached accessory structures were subject to. Accessory buildings were 5 feet side and rear, so surprisingly our 6 feet's a little bit bigger. But they did have this provision down at the bottom that says any portion of an ADU over 15 feet in height has to be moved back off the rear property line. And then an ADU shall contain no more than 1 bedroom. And then they had that same percentage, but instead of the 50%, they had maximum of 40%, not to exceed 700 square feet. So we talked about the different options and what the commission came up with out of all of that and recommended to you, and I've got it consolidated here. So in the old village, if you recall, it used to be 20 feet and a half story. We changed it to 25 feet, but in no case can it be taller than the principal building. The commission is recommending that it go back down to 20 feet for all detached accessory structures. They did not add in the half-story requirement, and they request that a 10-foot side and rear setback be implemented for that. Throughout the rest of town, so if you recall, this entire area is the neighborhood preservation area, which is defined in our code. So what they've decided to recommend to you is for the rest of town and the neighborhood preservation overlay district area, that detached accessory structures, including ADUs and non-ADUs, be allowed at 25 feet in height. However, any portion over 18 feet has to have a 10-foot side and rear setback. They also wanted to keep the 850 max square feet, and they wanted to add in that 40%. So in no case can a single detached accessory structure be more than 40% of your principal building. So that's how this is coming for before you from the Planning Commission. Again, they looked at all those other municipalities. They looked at what we had, and here's what they have recommended to committee and council for changes to our detached accessory structures. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Ms. Hyatt?
I'm just trying to compare what they are actually suggesting we change, other than just the setback increased with the in the neighborhood preservation overlay in the rest of town.
Mm-hmm.
Because before it was 6 feet. I mean, that's mainly the only thing they changed.
Yeah, so, and they really kind of took from this section that's in Savannah. So any portion over 15 feet in height, you have to push it back. We talked about the fact that for years, detached accessory structures, they're at 15 feet, but they've been allowed to go up to 18 feet in height. So it made sense that anything over 18 feet, whether it's a garage, office over a garage, or an ADU, any portion over 18 feet has to be moved back to the setback of your principal structure. So your house is already required to be 10 foot off the side, and so it was kind of a step back. The higher you go, the further off the property line you need to be. Okay, I guess.
I think that was good of us to send it back. I think they're giving us some good ideas. But obviously, that's all we got right now is ideas before us. Because we can't send it to council. So
I feel like maybe in the beginning there was a reason to not have a garage directly behind the house, to have it so that you could actually like drive into a detached garage. I mean, if it's forced to be behind the house, then it's not something that would be used as a garage.
So in the old village, actually, it's historically been required that any detached structure, including a garage, it has to be set to the side and rear of the house. That's a requirement in the old village. They talked about that. They talked about lowering it down to 20 feet. There was a lot of discussion and kind of landed here with in the old village, regardless, at 20 feet, you got to go 10 feet off the property line. And then they felt like keeping it at 25 feet was more appropriate outside of the old village. But again, it needs to be stepped back so that house in the middle doesn't feel like it's, got a 25-foot structure with a window looking down in the backyard.
I feel like I was interested in maybe making an exception for the neighborhood preservation overlay district for these established neighborhoods to be less impacted, because they do have larger yards than some of our newer development. And when you look at the numbers on where the ADUs are all going, that's where they're going, because the yard is big enough to do it. They're taking the brunt of those extra buildings. So anyway, I guess I'd love for us to talk about this again when we have everybody here, because I guess there's an urgency to move on with this particular item, but I don't, can't recommend anything.
All right, the next item on the agenda is discussion and possible action regarding demolitions and rebuilds in older neighborhoods. Ms. Reed?
Yes, sir. And again, we looked at the numbers, same time period. We looked at the number of demolitions, the number of additions, and new builds. Something different that we looked at too, and I think this came from Councilman Tinke, and the chairman of our planning commission also asked for us to look at it, was how many homes in the old Mount Pleasant, so outside of the old village, meet the 50-year criteria. Now, 50-year does not mean that it is historic. It just means that it's eligible to be considered historic. And so we did look, and about half of the homes there still in Old Mount Pleasant are meet the 50-year criteria. We talked with the commission about what that looked like, because, the idea was, if you do have a home or a structure outside of the old village, which is under the purview of HDPC, what do you do if you have a home that's 50 years? We've not had a survey. It's not been designated as historic. And so the conversation was kind of centered around, maybe you have extra criteria that you might look at if you do have a home 50 years and they want to demo it. The issue is we would to really kind of make it more formal, you would need a survey outside in this whole area, and you would need to have structures really kind of designated as historic to prevent the demolition. The commission, we talked about, could you provide incentives if you have a home that meets the 50-year criteria that the town does not want to see demoed? Could you perhaps offer incentives to the property owner to not demo it? I don't recall we really got very far on that. It's a complicated issue, but it was interesting that 50-year criteria, we did have about half the homes that are still existing there that meet that. So we talked about what already exists to sort of control your development area, your height, your setbacks, impervious surface coverage, and then of course your trees and tree protection zones. So we threw out a couple of options, and I think these have all been before the committee as well. And we talked about reducing impervious surface, talked about strengthening the regulations. I think we mentioned at one of the last committee meetings that from the staff perspective, we see maybe somebody's more likely to demo an older house if they can subdivide and get 2 lots. So we talked through all these different things, and what came out of this from the commission for a recommendation was to extend BAR. So with all that discussion, the recommendation is so we already have BAR in the old village. The recommendation was to expand it in that area that you see highlighted. And again, that really just establishes a maximum limit of what you can build on a piece of property and that includes your detached accessory structures, and all of those. So that's the recommendation for all that. As far as limiting the size and mass and scale was to extend BAR into Old Mount Pleasant. There was discussion about whether it should go out into those other neighborhoods. Ultimately, they felt like it was appropriate to keep it in this area we kind of know as Old Mount Pleasant. So that's the recommendation to you from the commission, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Ms. Hyatt?
So the only thing they really narrowed it down to was to extend the bar.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The next question, what's the legality of not allowing people to subdivide lots? Can that be done, like if there's some overlay or using that the overlay that we already have existing, and so it can't be done in that area? It's not
I don't
spot zoning.
I don't know if you can, and I'm looking at Mr. Pagliarini. I don't know if you can have an overlay, because like you said, we already have this defined as an overlay district, the neighborhood preservation overlay district. I don't know if you can prohibit subdivision of land. Typically, what we see is one lot into two. I'm not sure if that can be accomplished through an overlay or not. Perhaps.
It seems that other communities have done that where they just don't allow it. So I just wondered the legality, because we always hear, oh, if it meets the measurements,
The
they can
development
do it.
standards.
It doesn't
Yeah.
come to us. And I just wonder, is there a way
Right.
to limit that? Because it seems other communities are doing that, where they're not letting people subdivide lots.
Yes, ma'am. I mean, Michelle's inclination, and I see her thinking through it, is exactly right. Usually we do it by definitive numbers. You can subdivide if you meet X standard. You're suggesting an overlay district that would essentially, I'm presuming the way you're seeing it is in a neighborhood with some nature of historic value, or based on flooding, or based on any number of circumstances, a zoning regulation preventing anyone from subdividing. That's kind of what you're thinking.
Right.
It would require a bit more review, but what we'd have to do is identify the basic reasons for that. Historical, I would presume, being one. And
Flooding, yeah.
Right. Whether there are any drainage, we've already addressed surface areas, things of that nature that could support that. But those would be the things we'd look for to support such a zoning regulation. It's entirely possible. We would just want to make sure that we understand the reasoning for restricting those sorts of actions.
And I assume we could put, if it's a lot that's an acre in size or something, then it wouldn't be as unreasonable to subdivide it. But, when it's barely fitting within, and they've had neighbors sell them a little bit, do all kinds of things to manipulate, getting two lots out of something, the trees go, the lot, the coverage.
The question we would ask then is why not simply increase the minimum lot size standard?
I think we were told before that makes non-conforming properties.
It would make a number of them non-conforming. Yes, it would.
So it seems it would be easier just to not, if there was a way to just not allow it in this historic overlay or something.
Yeah. I still think you're going to have the non-conforming issue no matter how you do it. But it depends on the goal. Again, it depends on the objectives for a particular neighborhood. Again, I don't want to commit that we can, I could say it's absolutely doable, but if that is this committee's task, we'll take that under review and we'll provide a response back.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess that's it.
Anything else?
I know we looked at the town engineer put together, and I can't remember if he gave it to the committee or the commission, looking at density. A typical defined neighborhood, you calculate density and you can't exceed your density, and it's difficult to do here, but is that something that could be done if you defined it by a block or along a certain street? Or so it's challenging here when you start looking at subdividing. You do look at, does it exceed the density if you had a defined area, and if it does, and so I think that was something we were going to kind of look at internally as well, and perhaps our the land development regulations. When an applicant does go before the planning commission, sometimes they request LDR waivers. And is there something we can look at internally as well to kind of tighten up some of those waivers that they may request that they can't meet when they do a subdivision of property? So I know that we're looking at some other things because a lot of this is housed in Chapter 155, whereas an overlay would be in Chapter 156 zoning. So I
Mhm.
think there's some other things that we can be looking at while we pursue and look into this as well.
I just feel like it's a good way to protect some of these homes
Mhm.
from demolition. Like you say, if they know they can make 2 lots out of it, then the house is gone, and
Yeah.
we have 2 cookie cutter homes that look like all the rest.
Mhm.
Okay. Well, hopefully we'll be able to discuss this again at committee
Next month.
in the near future.
So we'll bring this back next month and maybe some additional information and kind of go
Great.
from there. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that's our agenda except for adjourning, and we'll go ahead and adjourn.
Let Kevin do something.
Okay. Boy, meeting.
Yeah.
Are you?
All right.
I'm here, yeah. Yep. Okay. The Red Sox this year? We could do that. I don't really know. All right, I just asking. Okay. Maybe. No, that's what I was saying. I mean, she said, go ahead and just check with you. I'll check with you. Call me when you need me. All right. Everything else good? Yeah.
Well, I think probably should have him.
What did he say? What name did he use? Who did he say he had talked to?
Johnny Disher.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Howard Chapman. I will be chairing the meeting with the Transportation Committee this afternoon. And we have a quorum for this group, which we didn't have the last time, so that's a good thing. Next item on the agenda, after call to order, is approval of the minutes from the June 30th, 2025 meeting.
Mr. Chairman, move to approve.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to approve the minutes. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Next item is public comments. With anyone wanting to make a public comment, please come forward. And give us your name and address, and you have 2.5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Patrick McAdams, 3069 Caspian Court. Speaking today as a board member of the Park West Master Association, and I want to thank you for the Transportation Committee for considering the resolution to formally withdraw municipal consent for the Laurel Hill Parkway portion of the Highway 41 project. This is a critically important step, and I'm here to express the full support of the Park West Master Association. Over the past several months, the residents of Mount Pleasant and Park West in particular have made their voices clear. We've turned out in large numbers at meetings, submitted hundreds of public comments. We've asked respectfully and repeatedly for a more responsible, less destructive solution than the current design. However, Charleston County Council has refused to act. In some cases, they've openly dismissed the concerns of our community. That's why today's vote matters. This isn't just about a road, it's about protecting parkland that residents rely on. It's about defending our town's right to decide what gets built within and adjacent to its boundaries. And it's about sending a clear message that Mount Pleasant will not sit quietly while the county pushes through a plan that we believe is unnecessary, harmful, and out of step with our values. The resolution before you is consistent with the town's long-held position going back to 2017 that we do not support road projects like this one through Laurel Hill. Reaffirming that position today is the right thing to do, and I urge you to move it forward. Thank you.
Mary Louise Ramsdale, 1604 Marsh Harbor Lane. I'm assuming this is the appropriate time to talk about a later agenda item. Okay, I'm here today. There's a lot of other residents here of Toller's Cove, Marsh Harbor. If they want to stand up briefly. So there are quite a few of us here. Some of them may also want to speak as well. We are very concerned, as I've raised with the town before, about bikers coming down from Sullivan's Island on the bike path at incredible rates of speed with no stop, and the traffic coming out of Toller's Cove, Marsh Harbor, facing the marsh and going right towards Sullivan's Island or left towards Mount Pleasant. There have been innumerable accidents, including one I observed Friday a week ago, in which a biker coming down drove in front of a car that was slowly pulling out and was knocked on her back. Non-life-threatening injuries, but she was out because I saw it, and traffic was backed up to Center Street. I reached out to the town in March 2024 about this issue. I communicated with Councilman Brownstein, who's been very responsive. I've also communicated with the mayor previously, and I was connected to Miss Holmes with the town of Mount Pleasant, Sophie Holmes, who told us that several things would be done, which I'm not positive, to be honest, that they were done to address the issues with this bike path. I would say that we need something to slow down the bikers coming off the Sullivan's Island Bridge. I understand that there are rules to protect bikers and their ability to traverse things. It is not possible to see when you're coming out of Toller's Cove. They've cut back the vegetation maybe a tiny bit, but it's grown back. You simply can't see. And when you're edging out and a biker comes flying down from Sullivan's Island, there is no way to protect the biker or to protect the car. And I've been in and out of that. You know, it's really when you're coming out. And also, it's not just Sullivan's Island residents coming out. We have a marina there, and there are lots of guests and other people who aren't used to this. And if you stop where we're supposed to stop, you can't see the road at all. So then you edge forward slightly, and boom, here comes a biker. I mean, it's very, very dangerous. We've looked at options like they have in the Netherlands, where there's like slow down type things to make the bikers slow down. I'm all for bikers. I love biking, but I don't want to kill somebody and so on a bike. And so that's why I think you've got so many of us here after this latest accident, because we're concerned people are going to be hurt if we don't come up with a solution at the exit from Toller's Cove, Marsh Harbor, where the bikers come straight down on the right. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Committee of Council, I appreciate your time and your efforts. So I'm Jim Positive for 3053 Caspian Court here in Mount Pleasant. At this point, we know several things concerning Laurel Hill Parkway as part of the Highway 41 improvement project. The nature of Laurel Hill Parkway's environmental and community impacts is on public record, has not changed, and is not disputed. It is also worth remembering that they are so egregious that in 2020, Alternative 7, which included Laurel Hill Parkway, was rejected outright due to environmental impacts and the associated construction costs of the parkway. Laurel Hill Park is a publicly vital conservation area that has been carefully set aside from all development for 100 years, which means Laurel Hill Parkway, a road running through the park, is an affront to the landowner's intent and a legally dedicated protective conservation easement. County Council has simply stopped listening. Recently, in a Post-Courier article, one of the county's project managers is quoted to say, "We don't intend to make any significant changes to the county compromise alternative as presented." Further, the recent County Council Finance Committee and full council declined to take any action to discuss the removal of Laurel Hill Parkway, even after considerable continuing stakeholder outcry. Therefore, it falls on you, this committee of council, and the full Mount Pleasant Council to do the right thing, which is to deny municipal consent to Laurel Hill Parkway. Your position will be supported by thousands of public comments on the record, comments from community residents and stakeholders who are well informed and directly impacted and who agree with the removal of Laurel Hill Parkway from the Highway 41 improvement project. I appreciate this committee taking the strong action, and I support your leadership. Thank you.
I'm Harold Jablon. I live in Toller's Cove, and I'd like to comment on that also.
Sir, did you give us your name and address?
Harold Jablon, 1415
Toller's Cove.
Toller's Cove. But I don't know what, I'm sure y'all come up with a solution. It is very dangerous. I thought maybe, 3 stop signs, one for the residents of Toller's going out and one for the bikers going each way, so everybody will stop and yield, or a stoplight, and with the traffic going to Mount Pleasant and Sullivan's Island, when there's a red light, there can be a red flashing light for the bikers. That may be a solution. But another thing, I don't know who has jurisdiction over the Ben Sargent drawbridge, but I ride my bike over to Sullivan's every now and then. I dismount and walk it across the bridge. I don't know. I talked to a police officer, and I don't recall if he was from Sullivan's Island or Mount Pleasant, but bikers are not supposed to be riding their bike, pedaling across the bridge. They're supposed to dismount and walk it. Rarely do you see that. And these bikers, I mean, it's, everybody needs to be more vigilant and aware of it. And I'm sure we'll come up with a solution, but we need one. Those are just some suggestions that I had.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
afternoon. Scott Fletcher. Scott Fletcher, 1604 Marsh Harbor. And I just wanted to add some additional comment. I'm a resident at Marsh Harbor. I was actually in the traffic flow when the accident occurred. I was 3 cars from the exit, and I watched the entire accident unfold. Very traumatic for people that watched what occurred. I don't know what the outcome was for the driver and the woman on the bicycle. They certainly had incredible assistance from the first responders. I can't, compliment them enough in terms of how quickly they came, took care of not only that situation, but all the traffic complexity and so forth. But what I wanted to do was highlight a little bit more of the background on Marsh Harbor, where you think of it as a residential area, which it certainly is. There's over 100 people that reside there, but there's also a lot of activity and business that goes on there. There's Toller's Cove, which is a very active marina. It has a store. It's got a pump gas facility. It has transit boats that are going through there. There's people, as you know, that work remotely. So on a day-to-day basis, the traffic volume is quite heavy coming in there. So it's not just a residential entrance, but it's a major intersection that occurs there. And of course, it's the primary flow of traffic from Mount Pleasant that's going to both of the barrier islands that are there. And the traffic peaks at times. We were leaving at 5:30 to go to an event downtown. And in the 15 minutes it took from when the accident occurred to when the police miraculously opened that part of the departure, you couldn't see the end of the flow of traffic coming out of Marsh Harbor. So I just want to make certain that this is properly assessed, because when I look at it and just a casual review on the internet about what you can do to manage traffic flow, visual distances and things like that, it's really not up to the standard of what you see in Mount Pleasant in general, where it's a first-class community, and there's no trimming of the vegetation. There's no signage to really give anybody any type of directions. I know when they upgraded the connector for the causeway where it comes into the mainland of Mount Pleasant, they put in a wonderful pedestrian crosswalk with lights that are on there. And I think something as simple as that, where some lights that would go off identifying things that are going on or yielding and stuff, could prevent this. And we were very, very fortunate it wasn't more traumatic. So just wanted to give you my commentary there, and I'm very optimistic that with more people looking at this, that we'll get a much better outcome. Thank you.
David Spedden, 3429 Toomer Kiln Circle. Good afternoon, council members. Let's talk about facts straight from Charleston County regarding Alternate 1, the original scope of Highway 41. The county already owns 75 foot of right-of-way. No homes would need to be relocated. It meets the traffic demands of 2045 and beyond, and it dramatically improves hurricane evacuation. It has the least environmental impacts, it stays off of residential roads, and it's the lowest cost option. So why are we so afraid of the original scope? Highway 41 was conceived in the late 1930s as a regional artery to support growth, and it has, exactly as they planned. Expansion was always part of the long-term vision. Why is it now treated as a surprise? I've listened to county officials, and their go-to lines are, we held many meetings, we received thousands of comments, we heard from special interest groups. We need to move forward with the road to compromise or risk losing funding. But I've never heard any of them say this. The road to compromise is the most efficient, safest, most environmentally sound, and most fiscally responsible option. I've never heard that from any of them. And that speaks volumes. When I asked whether Charleston County used the decision matrix to weigh the impacts from the alternatives, I didn't hear anything. No one's gotten back to me on that. So I built one myself using the public data that compares 27 measurable data points across key categories. Those categories included cultural, community, environmental, fiscal, as well as additional safety impacts. Every single scenario showed Alternative 1 was by far the best plan. By contrast, the road to compromise destroys more wetlands and trees, requires sound barriers, forces traffic through neighborhoods, will create a dangerous left-hand turn from Laurelville Park onto 41, extends distance and travel time, increases pedestrian risk, and based on inflation, probably it's about $50 million more than Alternate 1. So let's not forget, there's already bypass around the Phillips community. Why are we proposing a second one through Laurel Hill Park that's more damaging, more expensive, and completely unproven? It's a theory. So, real question before us is, do we choose the most efficient, safest, environmentally sound, and cost-effective plan? Or do we endorse a longer, slower, more expensive, more harmful, and unproven alternative simply because it's called a compromise? So please do not grant municipal consent for the road to compromise. Stand for what's best and not what is politically convenient. Thank you.
Please, we are a deliberating body. We're not here for anybody's clapping or booing, because we sometimes have that. Please refrain from doing that for the rest of the meeting. Thank you. Would anybody else like to be heard?
I'm going to move over so I can look at you because it's in the way. Hi, I'm Penny Altman. I live at 3085 Caspian Court, and I am here to say I would like you to support the resolution to deny rights to the park. I firmly believe that 41 needs to be widened. It is an evacuation route. It has also been stated that Mount Pleasant goes for the 434. I just do not believe that at this point in time, Laurel Park needs to be destroyed when that was left for the sole purpose of a green space. What does that say to future generations that might want to dedicate land? That we'll take your land, but we won't do what you asked us to do with it? I just also would like to say I was so appalled at the way that we were received at the Charleston County Council. We were ridiculed. They wouldn't even listen to us and basically kept saying, you're too late, you're too late. It was the rudest I think I've ever been treated dealing with this process. So I would like to send a message that we've been nice and we have gone the proper routes, and we told you how we felt, and I would like now to take it a little bit further for what Mount Pleasant stands for and the citizens have asked for. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to be heard? Yes, ma'am.
Well, it's 3077, I think, Caspian Road.
Could you pull your microphone down so we can hear you?
Well, I'm not going to grow up.
Yeah, there you go. Pull it. There you go.
Okay.
Thank you.
You know, I am here third time. And only thing what I see concern is money. Money. We have this money and we have to spend it. And if we don't spend it, we're going to lose it. How you can put, what is the word? You cannot put price on wildlife. You cannot put price on a life. It doesn't matter if it's my life or butterfly life or the coyote who came to welcome me when I moved here because I didn't believe that they are here. I am walking through the park and there is a little boy with mother and they are going. I said, you lost something? I'm going to help you. And he goes, no, there is a coyote here. And I said, you are kidding, there are not coyotes here. No, look, this is the footsteps. I still didn't believe it because I didn't know it's really footstep of coyote. I woke up in the morning, looked through the window, and there is a coyote. He is standing there out of the woods. I said, should I be afraid? No, I don't have to be afraid. No, we are, we are the same. Yeah. So I will walk outside, and he stand. He look at me. Then he lie down. So he was telling me, this is my home, but I welcome you. So I smiled at him, and I walk home. I wake up him to say hello to him. And I say, okay, they are gracious enough to let us stay on their land, in their home. So I don't know which one from you, I don't remember people that much. It's always concerned about that money. Don't be worried about money. Do you remember the John Mueller? I don't know how to pronounce it. Who went with Teddy Roosevelt? How many parks we have today? How many beautiful spaces that lift up our spirit? What happened to you people? Okay, I am sorry. I get very, because I really want to save this for the generations to come. So they have place to pray and cry when they are on their knees. When something, and everybody gets struck in life with illness, with a lot of stuff. So please, forget the money. You always get the money. You're never gonna get what you have there. And we shouldn't step over the grave of that man. That was his wish. If you don't have respect for the dead
Ma'am,
people,
thank you for
who
your
you
comments.
are respect. I am done now.
Senator Campson.
Thank you, Chairman Chapman and Councilman Tanky and Brownstein. Thank you for holding this meeting and giving me an opportunity to address an issue that was recently communicated to me by a constituent, but I've been aware of this problem for many years and it has to deal with the intersection of Toller's Cove, Marsh Harbor, and the Ben Sawyer Causeway. I fish a good bit, offshore fish in tournaments, and spent a lot of time in Toller's Cove. And I've experienced the same phenomena that you already been informed of, and that is it's very dangerous for bikers that are coming off the Ben Sawyer Bridge, and people who are trying to pull into, particularly going to Sullivan's Island, because they're just looking to their left to make sure there's no traffic coming, but they don't expect a biker to be coming at them, on their side of the center line. And so I'm not sure what needs to be done. I'm not sure how DOT should properly address this. Certainly some type of caution light, perhaps. I've already heard that you're supposed to walk your bikes over the bridge. Maybe you carry that all the way through to the Toller's Cove entrance. I don't know. I'm not a traffic engineer. But I do know that it is a very dangerous spot, not just because of the recent accident that occurred, but because of personal experience of almost seeing similar things happen while I'm pulling in and out of that drive. So thank you, and thank you for your service.
Thank you, sir. Would anyone else like to be heard?
Catherine Deal, 1662A and B, Marsh Harbor Lane. I have owned property there since 1991. I've seen the town grow. I've seen Toller's Cove grow, the marina grow, Sullivan's Island, all the communities grow and grow in traffic. I am fearful of being that one person that hits that biker. I just fear for anybody coming from any direction, and I've listed here at least 6 different things that you have to deal with, either trying to come into Toller's Cove or get out of Toller's Cove. You haven't even considered, you don't often consider the people coming from Goldbug that are not really in anybody's line of vision. So I dream big. I have seen how roundabouts work in Mount Pleasant. I would love to see one at Tollers Cove. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to be heard?
Hi, my name is David Quick. I live at 1502 Village Square. I'm a runner and a cyclist, and I use Ben Sawyer Boulevard. Probably have been on that causeway 5,000 times in my 37 years in Mount Pleasant. And it's a design flaw. And it is also a driver caution flaw. The bike lane kind of curves too close towards Tollers Cove. The design flaw is originally that there's not a bike lane on both sides of the road, because you're really supposed to go with the flow of traffic. And as a runner, I oftentimes have conflicts with cyclists, and as a cyclist who's a runner, I also am very cautious of cyclists and will move over to the side. So there's a lot going on here, but I think the safest thing to do, and I don't know what the transportation guys have to say, would be to move the lane a little closer to the roadway so that the folks that are coming out of Marsh Harbor / Tollers Cove have more room. They also need to, until there is a bike lane, and I doubt there ever will be on the other side of the road, they also need to, the folks that live there need to know that if they're taking a left, they need to look to the right to make sure somebody's coming. I think for the longest time, it sufficed because, we haven't grown as much as we are. But, having cyclists go back and forth to the bridge to get to the beach takes cars off the road, takes pressure off of parking on Sullivan's Island. So it's in our best interest to design our bikeways and pedestrian ways to encourage participation and safety. So I think there are some easy fixes. I'm not a big fan of paving over everything. So, ideally, we move that over as a temporary fix and continue to look at ways to improve the bikeway, pedestrian way. It's not up to AASHTO standards, I am sure, because A, it's not on both sides of the road, and B, it's not wide enough for both pedestrians and cyclists to use that path. So just a perspective of somebody who's used it thousands of miles on that causeway, and I've had some close encounters, and I always make sure the people coming out of Marsh Harbor see me before I cross in front of them, because I'm the one at risk. Thanks.
Would anyone else like to be heard during public comment? Seeing none, we'll move on to item 4, which is a discussion of an Isle of Palms to Mount Pleasant Beach traffic study, which I think has been put off until next year, based on what I saw in the paper. But I might be wrong, because we have a council member here from the Isle of Palms.
We do. Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Chairman Chapman, Councilmember Brownstein, and Councilmember Tinky, thank you for listening to me today. I'm Jan Anderson. I sit on City Council of the City of Isle of Palms. I came here today to hear what you had to say, not to speak myself. And the reason is so I can report back to our Transportation Committee tomorrow when we meet as to what your thinking is. Tomorrow we will be considering a traffic study for our end of the connector, which is basically on the Isle of Palms, the portion that we have jurisdiction over. It would be wonderful if we could also do a study that included Mount Pleasant, the town of Mount Pleasant, and what you would like to see on your end of the study, and coordinate the two studies together. So I'm here because I was really excited to see this on your agenda and hope we can join together. The timing of it is we're considering putting out a request for a proposal shortly. have someone on board, a consultant on board by the end of the year so that we will be able to do the study during the busy season next summer. So I hope there's time for you to consider as well as us to get this underway together. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Mr. Morrison, do you have any ideas?
Well, we can provide some information, and you hear it often about our preparations annually on beach traffic in general. James goes over those all the time. We have special timing plans. We've installed cameras. We've actually done some striping revisions on the IOP from a capacity standpoint. So, I think everybody realizes at certain times of the year, we're going to be overwhelmed with that, and we do our best to manage it. So I'm certainly not against participating in any study. We've done that before. Last time the DOT did their study, we participated. We have data, and we'll be happy to do it again.
Mr. Administrator, how do you feel about us participating with your staff?
I concur, certainly, sir. We've been actively pursuing improvements and mitigating the impacts that go on every year. And Mayor's been a big part of that, as you know, as well as our transportation staff, our police department. And I think it's helped. I think there are clear improvements to the conditions as opposed to how they were even just a few years ago. But in support of our director, we're happy to participate. We have plenty of information. I'm glad to share it.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Brownstein.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the mayor for putting this on our agenda today. I think this is, the issue of beach traffic is something that crosses jurisdictional boundaries clearly. As somebody who lives on Rifle Range Road, we do experience the impacts of beach traffic. It's also an issue in Old Mount Pleasant, along Ben Sawyer and Toller's Cove, and all those folks. And so I thought it was, in reading that the Isle of Palms was considering a traffic study, and they had sort of discussed about making it more of a regional approach to the issue. I think it's important for Mount Pleasant to participate in it, and hopefully we can get Sullivan's Island and the county and DOT involved as well, and really take a comprehensive look at the traffic situation and see if there are actionable things that we can do to minimize the disruption to our residents and make it more of an efficient process getting on and off the islands. And so I certainly encourage the town to participate. I think that our residents, expect us to work on big issues like this and with our neighbors. And I think this would be a great next step for the town to participate as well.
Mr. Tinky?
Councilman Anderson, Director Morrison, I think it's great that y'all have been working together. We'll continue to work together on these important issues, and I think it's better to do it in conjunction with each other to save time, effort, and money, and to be more efficient with our resources. And as a new person on staff, I know that y'all on the council, I know y'all been working together for a long time before, so I encourage you to continue those efforts, and you have my full support as we work together.
Thank you. Ms. Anderson, is that what you need to take back tomorrow for your meeting?
We'll set up a meeting with you. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Any other discussion on this item before we move on? Hearing none, we'll go on to discussion of the intersection of the Ben Sawyer Boulevard bike path and Toller's Cove neighborhood. Mr. Morrison.
Yes, thank you, committee members. Happy to discuss this issue in more detail. So as was mentioned in the public comment in 2024, our staff was notified about some safety concerns of this intersection, and after investigation did determine that there were some improvements that could be made, including removal and trimming back of vegetation on the Sullivan's Island approach to the intersection, as well as upgrading the existing pedestrian crossing. Of course, that required DOT encroachment permit, as Ben Sawyer is owned and maintained by a CDOT, and the Tuller's Cove entrance is a private roadway entrance. We received that approval. We also updated the stop sign on the approach, which previously was below the standards for height. So moving forward, we can certainly take another look at it. This was certainly a phased one approach to potential improvements and something that could be made immediately. Other things that we can, again, reinvestigate are additional installations of pavement markings, additional signage, intersection lighting, the concept of potentially realigning the approach from Sullivan's Island. There are plenty of standards out there with the AASHTO Bicycle Design Guide that we can reference to look at additional improvements out here accordingly and submit to DOT for review and approval.
Mr. Brownstein.
Mr. Chair, thank you. One of the ideas that was proposed would be sort of an all-way stop. So both the pedestrians and bicyclists, as well as the traffic coming out of the neighborhood, would have a stop sign. Is that something that's permissible under state or federal guidelines?
It is, and we have implemented that, at least through the Park West widening project, something very similar to where the shared use paths have a dedicated stop sign for those pedestrian and cyclist uses.
Yeah, just in my mind, I think that might be an easy fix. While we look at potentially how you could realign that intersection, because it is a scary situation with the sort of the rate of speed at which people are coming down off of that bridge. I think something that would force a stop would certainly minimize the potential of something like this happening. I just know it's been a recurring issue with the community. I think they first reached out to us in March of 24. So 18 months later or so, here we are again. Thankfully, not with a fatality under our belts, I guess. But I would like to see us address this before something worse happens. And I don't know if there are other ideas as well. I think somebody mentioned rumble strips or other signage, but it is very difficult to see those folks coming down on your right when you're trying to make a left out of that intersection.
Mr. Tinky.
Yeah, I think having ridden it regularly over many years, and yesterday I decided to do it again. And one of the places I realized was very dangerous was coming out of Goldbug. And I took my life in my hands, I thought, just coming up and crossing over to go back into the town. So that's an area as well, just coming in and out of Goldbug, because you tend to think about the road go back and forth, but you don't really have the one coming at you too, which is Goldbug. So factoring that into the discussion, I think is important. Coming down off the bridge, I think is important to have some type of signage or some type of notification that you're coming up on a entrance exit to a place that is beautiful. It's so beautiful you don't even think that cars could be coming in and out of it almost, but you really have to know that people are coming as you're coming down off the bridge. And then that's really where the real danger is, because you do pick up speed. The other thing is there some type of short-term temporary fix to avoid it, since we do know what's happening. It has been happening for a while, just sort of a caution type light or something to let people know of that particular area in some form or fashion. So thank you all for looking at it. Y'all the experts. You'll come up with some good ideas, and I'm sure the neighbors are here to help as well with their experiences too.
I've listened to the comments and been by here quite a few times. Those of you old enough to remember on radio, there was a commentator who used the term, and now here's the other side of the story. The CHATS Policy Committee meeting today included discussions about replace, rehab, and repair bridges in this area. Mr. C.T. York from DOT gave the presentation. Not knowing that this item was on our agenda, Ben Sawyer Bridge was one of the bridges that DOT is looking at repairing, rehabbing, or even replacing, probably not replacing because it's relatively new, the Ben Sawyer Bridge. And what I would suggest, and I talked to him about this item being on our agenda today, he would love to have our comments on this particular issue, and I think he can probably help us get some more work done by DOT on this issue on both sides of the road. I explained to him about Goldbug Island. I explained to him about Toller's Cove. And one question I have is the entrance into Toller's Cove a public or a private road?
It's a private road.
That's what I thought, is a private road. It wouldn't hurt to see if they can help us, since it's a private road, pay for some of these improvements as well. And maybe we can do even more. But I would suggest that we contact Mr. York, because DOT is looking at this bridge with this program that they have. And like I said, I was surprised to hear the end of the story. So that would be great. So thank you, and you can go ahead and move forward. Yes, sir, Mr. Tinky.
One other quick one, coming out of Goldbug, I would look at the shrubbery there, because it's a blind spot. It's a real blind spot. So then you could have somebody pulling out, the accident be caused not because of a bike, but because it's just limited visibility coming out on the right. It's an easy fix just to get it trimmed back so that you can easily see coming in and out of there.
Yes, sir. We can certainly relay that to the DOT and to public service if necessary.
Okay. Any other comments on item number 5? Okay, next item is update on ongoing projects.
So to update you all on our mobility action plan updates, we have a number of new things and old ones that I'll reiterate. So again, and as far as the Safe Streets and Roads for All grant, the 2023 grant, we actually received on Tuesday of last week the final executed agreement for signature for that. So we are moving forward with that, roughly just shy of $16 million in 17 projects. We have applied for 2025 Safe Streets and Roads for All grant for the Whipple corridor in particular, with a lot of features that will improve the issues that we've seen come across from Lucy Beckham High School over the years. We have received basically $1.5 million for updates to flashing yellow arrows through the Climate Reduction Policy grant. That is actually under review by Mr. C.T. York right now to consolidate the fiscal year 25 and 26 years. So that number will likely jump closer up to 2.1 million. But until we get that, it'll only 1.5 is committed at this point. We're still working with the consultant to look at the intersection of US 17 and Houston Northcutt for the left turn analysis on the side street approaches, and a couple alternatives as to say if we were to remove that and push everyone to Wingo Way, what would that do to the traffic? And we'll have a report on that this month. We are waiting on a executed encroachment permit from the DOT for the Mathis Ferry Road at Wingo Way intersection improvement there to do some lane reutilization on the Mathis Ferry approach. We've been awarded a TST project for the Wingo Way at US 17 on-ramp. It's a pedestrian improvement project. We are reviewing the after study for the US 17 at Oakland and Lexington Drive time of day analysis. Overall, I will say that generally that did show a significant reduction in near miss incidents and actual accident history compared to the previous operation, so it is looking promising. We have ordered and should be receiving this week the 41 at Rivertown and Dunes West adaptive signal technology that the county agreed to fund through the 41 widening project to implement and improve traffic signal timings by time of day, as well as we're continuing after that installation to observe the left turn warrant analysis for a protected permissive phasing. The National Drive Right turn lane design has been completed and permitted, and we're still working
Go back
through.
to that SC 41
Yes, sir.
Rivertown Parkway Dunes West adaptive technology. Did I hear you say that Charleston County is paying for this intersection improvement?
That is correct.
That-
Very
that's
similar to this for the 41 and Joe Rouse intersection improvement.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
As an interim improvement to help with traffic flow on 41.
The county council is helping us with this.
Correct.
Good. Thank you. Keep going.
And then finally, the Long Point Road slip lane design, which was a 2024 or 25 CTC awarded project, is under design as well. Any questions on Part A before we move on to Part B? Okay, and we have Sophie Holmes will come up and speak about the Old Village traffic calming improvements that were awarded this morning.
Good afternoon, committee, and thank you for your time today. This project, as you'll recall, was last discussed at the March Transportation Committee when we presented this final plan to pursue some temporary quick build pilot project mini roundabouts at the intersections of McCants and Pocahontas Streets and Center and Indian and Vision Streets, as well as radius reduction markings at Center and Barbara and McCants and Matioka. So as of this morning, this project has been awarded for construction to IPW. These mini roundabouts were something that we've been coordinating with SCDOT as a temporary pilot project install, something that they really want to see done in the state, and they see Mount Pleasant as a good opportunity to pilot. So we are anticipating a 45-day period, which will include the mobilization and acquisition of all of those materials, but the construction of the roundabouts will take place each intersection over the course of one night, so very limited disruption to traffic. And then in addition to these intersection improvements, we're looking at 15 additional crosswalks along Center and McCants.
Any questions?
No, thank you very much. And I happened to be at the meeting this morning, and I asked the question, is it possible to get this ready for school starting in a couple of weeks? And the answer was no, but we can work on hurrying up the contractor to get it done without any impact to school traffic and or getting it finished as soon as we can. And this is something that we've been working on for several months, and I think it's going to do a lot to help with the traffic flow on McCants and on Center Street. So thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Brownstein.
Yes, just I understand it's a pilot project. Let's say it is successful. Would the thought be to replace it with something that's a little more aesthetically pleasing at that stage? Then I don't want people to kind of jump to conclusions that once these temporary roundabouts are there, that's kind of it. Would there be some options if it is successful to do something that's a little more in character with the community?
Certainly. So last year we conducted traffic volume and speed counts on both of these roads, as well as neighboring side streets, to monitor any rerouting of traffic. And following the installation of these quick build projects, we'll repeat the same study to measure the effectiveness and determine if a more permanent installation is appropriate. There are options for kind of concrete work that you might see more typically, as well as in a number of other municipalities across the country, some modular but permanent options as well.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Moving on. Moving on to general updates, starting first with Billy Swales Boulevard, there's been some great progress on this with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers as well as the Department of Environmental Sciences, and we are on track to meet that September bid deadline as of now. So that's exciting news. So we've, in addition to coordinating with the Rifle Range Park project, have a very good handle on this, and things are moving on those permitting agency sides, which has been really the major holdup with the progress of this project.
Mr. Tinky.
Where are you in the process of, that's a wonderful extension that needs to be done to go north-south, et cetera. It's also a fantastic area of a lot of heritage historic trees. What, as far as siting of the trees to try to protect as many as possible, where are we as far as the selection of the what stays and what goes?
Yes, sir. So we've written into our bid documents a special provision that requires the contractor, after clearing the initial center line alignment of the roadway before installing silt fence, which will further disturb and require removal, a requirement to walk the site with the town's arborist, a certified arborist, and the project manager to identify trees within the back slope of the roadway that may be able to be saved. These are trees that may, due to additional coverage, were initially slotted for removal, and we'll try to save as many as we can. Of course, the center line of the alignment is that they will be removed writ large. But we are going to work to try to save as many on those back slopes, and then observe as the project progresses and remove as necessary if health declines of trees and they become a safety issue or things like that.
Well, that'll be great, because goes right beside a neighborhood, and that's their buffer right now. So to the extent you can keep as much of the buffer as possible, that's great. And also because it's an historic area. Thanks.
Moving on to the Park West Boulevard and Stockdale roundabout. This project is at 65% design, and will be going to the town's design review team process here this month, and we'll continue to work through that. We'll likely be beginning the right-of-way acquisition processes also as part of that once we receive initial comments back from town staff, which include right-of-way acquisition for Mount Pleasant Way along Park Avenue Boulevard and Carolina Park, an additional 1.5 miles or so of shared use path. All American Boulevard. This project is nearing completion. We're working through final punch list items with the contractor. They do intend to be out there this month to put in the final pavement markings, at least on phase one. And then again, like I said, it stated just really some punch list items. Landscaping's been installed, except for sod. So this is, for all intents and purposes, almost ready to be opened. But of course, we'll wait till those last few items are addressed. The Shim Creek Bridge bike lanes. This project has made significant progress. The sidewalks are open. The hand railing is installed. It essentially is business as normal right now. The contractor does intend to come out at the end of the month and do the final milling and resurfacing of the roadway to include the bike lanes, which is, of course, the entire intent of this project. But if you haven't been out there, it looks very nice. Just really an extension of the same rail system that was on the Shim Creek Bridge park section, and really creates a much safer environment with those steep back slopes on either side.
Mr. Brownstein.
I agree. It looks fantastic out there. Quick question about the pavement at the seams of the bridge, where there's a bit of a jolt there. Is that going to be diminished once they do the resurfacing project?
It will, yes. So as part of that milling, we are going to put a little thicker layer of asphalt on those approaches. There still will be a transition just because of the amount of difference between the elevation of the top of that bridge and the downslope. But it'll be much less recognizable to folks in vehicles.
Thank you.
Just a comment at the Chats meeting today. This project was mentioned, and how much money are we getting from DOT on this?
So this was a 2016 Transportation Alternative Program grant that we sought and were awarded, and it was just over $800,000 that was allocated towards this project to complete the bike lane gap.
Yeah, they mentioned it, and what a good project it was. Keep going.
We have the 516 Coleman Boulevard project. The root pruning has occurred. This is a photo of that tree and the tree protection zone around it. This project went out to bid and opens bid, I think, next week. And so we'll see what we receive on that front. And it is anticipated to take about 10 months to construct this project. Then larger Mount Pleasant Way efforts. I've highlighted the main ones that are moving forward, including the Kinney Mile, Mathis Ferry Trail, and Scannonville Praise House, which are in procurement's hands to go out to bid hopefully this month and begin design. Of course, Mathis Ferry section received the $2.31 million allocated from the state. And we were recently awarded and executed a contract. In fact, this morning we will be executing a contract this week with our consultant for the IOP Connector Trail. That's another transportation alternative program grant that was awarded this year. And then continuing to work on, again, multiple other sections of the Mount Pleasant Way. And then general updates for pedestrian and bicycle accommodations programs. Last week, we installed the RRFB device at Rifle Range in Whiteside, so just in time for school to begin. It is operational. And then we also completed the sidewalk along Hale Road and Rifle Range adjacent to maybe Whiteside Elementary School. So there will be better and safer pedestrian accommodations to access that school by those students. Other construction efforts that are underway, numerous shared use path and sidewalk projects under construction, including the Patriots Point Trail, the last section of 5-foot sidewalk being converted into a 10-foot shared use path, and pedestrian and safety improvements on Mill Street. And then working through a number of really our second sidewalk bid package that includes Brickyard Parkway, Center Street Extension, Lazy Lane, and Dragoon Drive to go out to bid this month as well. And we've begun our 2026 sidewalk design efforts to get project shovel ready. And then a number of bus shelter projects that are nearing completion from a design standpoint. And that wraps up project updates. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Next item on the agenda is discussion and possible action to deny municipal consent for the Highway 41 road improvement project. There is a executive session suggested for this. Would anyone like to make a motion?
Make a motion to go to executive session for the purposes mentioned.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made and seconded to go into executive session for legal advice. When we come out of executive session, the committee may take action on any item, including any subsection of any section listed on an executive session agenda or discussed in an executive session during properly noticed meeting. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? We are in executive session.
At the most, it's that. You got the handle just Just go through
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Sullivan's Island before because they were going to get taken off. Yeah, but the vote was before. It was 2 days before, even with it was a narrow. Our Palms, I covered it. Our Palms approved it barely, and it was a call for barely down there. New York. right. But I'm telling you, Sullivan's Island. No, just no. I would hate it as if I lived in appreciate it. How long ago was that? Was that Joel? Yeah. Richard Jones.
Okay, we are back in session after being in executive session. No motions were made, or seconded. No votes were taken, and we may have a motion coming out of executive session.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I want to say I'm very sympathetic to the public comments that we've heard today, and I agree with them. I'd like to make a motion that the town attorney proceed as discussed in executive session.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made and seconded to have the town attorney proceed as discussed in executive session. Any discussion? Hearing none. Call for the question. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, like sign. The ayes have it. Next item is to adjourn. And we are adjourned. Moving on to police, judicial, and legal.
He's so
Not
adept.
that I know of.
He's so adept.
I'm here.
He's so adept. That will do.
We're only 45 minutes late.
Good to see you too. Yes, absolutely.
Who else is on PJ&L? Who else is on PJ&L? Let's see. Mr. Tinky's on, right? Okay. I think we're still. Mike, we're 45 minutes late.
It's just the two of us?
Well, GM's not here. The mayor's not here. You want to chair this?
You go ahead. You'll do better.
Are we ready? I'll call to order the Police, Judicial, and Legal Committee. We do not have a quorum, so we'll hear discussion and go forward like that. No motions can be made or votes taken. The next item is approval of the minutes from the June 30th, 2025 meeting.
So moved.
Motion made. We can't take any motions.
No, that's right.
Public comments. Is anyone here for public comment for Police, Judicial, and Legal Committee? Hearing none, we'll move on to the next item, Police Matters, Employee Years of Service. Chief Arnold.
Good afternoon, committee members. Today we have the opportunity to recognize two of our officers for 5 years of service. I'd like to call SPO Raymond Shoemaker up to the stand next to me. SPO Shoemaker, he came to us from Myrtle Beach Police Department 5 years ago, and has a passion for traffic. Was selected to become a member of our traffic office. He's also a member of the Army National Guard. In 2023, he made 111 DUI arrests and was honored as DUI Enforcer of the Year by Mothers Against Drunk Driving. Additionally, he teaches the MAD MVP or VIP diversion program. In 2022, he received recognition for traffic stop involving Tamara Palmer, who was stopped for suspicion of DUI during the stop. Discovered that Ms. Palmer was experiencing medical issues. She ended up having a brain tumor that had to immediately be surgically removed. So he has saved numerous lives, not only on that occasion, but also through his enforcement through DUI. So just a tremendous asset to the police department and particularly to the traffic division. So thank you very much for 5 years of service. We look forward to many more. If I can ask PFC Travis Todd to come up. PFC Todd has been recently selected to join our crime scene investigations unit. Prior to that, he served in the patrol division, first as an officer and then as a field training officer for Team 2. He's a dedicated member of both the crisis negotiation team and the bike unit. PFC Todd actively promotes bicycle safety in our community. Most recently participated in a safety event at Remley's Point Community Center this past June. In recognition of his exceptional service, he was honored as Officer of the Quarter for 2024. In addition, he has also, so this is kind of an add-on, met the requirements to become a senior police officer, to include all the training and years of service. So here's 5 years of service from the town. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And this is your recognition of SPO. Thanks. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Next item is an update on e-bike enforcement. Chief Arnold.
Okay, so before I get into the enforcement, I just want to talk about our education effort, because I think it's been very effective and important, and I'll explain a little bit why later on. But as you can see, we've done Traffic Talk Tuesday videos, which is posted on the town's social media. We've had interviews with Live 5, interview with News 4. We've taught classes. We've updated the police department's webpage to include a wealth of information on e-bikes, golf carts, and so on. There's no shortage of educational efforts when it comes to e-bikes and understanding the difference between an e-bicycle, a moped, the requirements for golf carts, all this. The education is being done. This is just a kind of a reminder and a sample. Charleston County School District, the middle schools in Mount Pleasant will be working with us. Some of the schools are taking a slightly different approach. One's regulating, one's prohibiting, but this is just another effort in terms of education for the youth and e-bikes. So jumping into traffic enforcement, we've heard a lot about how just different locations in town where there's issues with bicycles and motor vehicles. And so when we look at the town's goal, the police department's goal for traffic enforcement, it's all encompassing. So year to date, we've written 15,994 citations. All of this is geared towards keeping the motoring public safe, and the bicyclist and the pedestrians. So warning 7,000, and collisions, we've investigated 2,372 collisions. So year to date on the e-bike enforcement side, we've written 44 warnings, 12 citations. 2 juveniles were referred to family court. That means they were taken into custody and referred to family court. We've investigated 13 collisions involving e-bikes, and we've written 38 incident reports specific to e-bikes. That's not thefts of e-bikes or anything like that. That is based off of complaints of trespassing, malicious injury, and dangerous riding. The diagram shows kind of the breakdowns of some of our enforcement activities. So one of the things that we're going to continue to do, I think the education we've done, and we will continue to do the education, but we're going to be a little bit more strict with our enforcement. And these two sections of law deal with allowing unauthorized people to ride motor vehicles or drive motor vehicles. And so when these things are crossing more into the realm of a motor vehicle, electric motorcycle, a gas-powered motorcycle, we're going to start charging people, if probable cause exists, to charge them under these two statutes. So parents and others. And these are examples of, the e-bikes that are pedal assist, they're really not a problem. And so the ordinance itself, I think, is sufficient. It's fine. What we're going after, and we're going to be more strict with enforcement, are these types of, they're called e-bikes, but they're really mopeds or electric motorcycles. These are the kids that are riding these things, doing wheelies in the middle of the road, damaging property. This is going to be the target of our enforcement efforts. So, and these are two individuals that I've stopped personally. This is what they're riding. Last week, and this is just a straight up gas powered dirt bike. And this individual was riding it down to the end of the pier at the waterfront park. So we identified him. We've charged him for that. And when we see the defiance like this and parents just not parenting their children, we have to step up the enforcement. And that's why I referred back to those other statutes where if a parent knowingly lets their child ride that, they're going to get charged. So
That's the way to go. I think that's the parents would have bought that for that child.
So
and as such, they are as much at fault as the child is, or more so, really.
right. The message from us is we'll continue the education, but we're going to be tougher on enforcement moving forward because we need to be.
Do we know, in terms of accidents that you investigated, how many serious injuries, if any, there have been with underage riders of some of these bikes that really aren't e-bikes?
I don't know that off the top of my head. I know we haven't had any fatals. I know that we've had a couple that have been very serious, but I can get that information and send it to you.
Yeah. Well, getting that information out to the parents in particular, it looks, you've allowed your child to use a vehicle that is illegal for that child to use, and this is what's happening on the street when that happens, when they allow that.
Yep.
That was what my thought process was.
Absolutely. All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions?
No, I'd like to thank y'all for ramping this up. I'd like to thank the communications staff. They've been doing an excellent job, not only on this, but on other issues to inform the public, and the public notices that. And so I appreciate it. With the middle schools that are going to be doing the policing with the 3 middle schools, are there, is it my understanding from the school district, they're actually going to provide the stickers for these or not?
I think that one school is going to be doing that. I'm not entirely sure. We're in communication with them. I don't want to tell you that they are, and one school might choose not to, and one may say yes. But regardless, at all of our middle schools, the SROs will be working and trying to provide additional information and education. So
My concern is to try to help you,
Yep.
help them. And so if one's doing it, that's nice. If 3 are doing it, it's better. And then you still have the gap for private schools or at home schooling. And so is that going to be the Department of License and Vehicles? Is that who's going to be doing it, and that they'll be doing the permitting, I suppose, for licensing to be able to drive, but the actual vehicle itself or the apparatus would be good to know that we can, if they're in a private school or if they're homeschooling, there's a way that they could get a permit. And so be thinking about that as far as the sticker that they might need.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you,
sir. Okay. Next item is executive session for legal advice relating to pending litigation, caption J10 Deerline versus Communication Public Works, the town of Mount Pleasant.
Mr.
Committee
Chair.
may take action on any item, including any subsection of any item or any section listed on an executive session agenda or discussed in an executive session during a properly noticed meeting. We can't vote on this, so I presume we'll just have to stay in public session.
Yes, sir. We cannot go into executive session for that purpose. I will note item 6A on the agenda,
Yes.
which is discussion of the e-bike ordinance. I'm not sure that the committee wishes to obtain any additional information after that. I will just remind the committee that the ordinance changes will be next Tuesday, a final reading.
Right.
And there are 2 elements. One was the changing of the speed limit on sidewalks for e-bikes, not mopeds and motorbikes, as the chief was mentioning, from 10 to 15. miles per hour. And the second element was the removal of the restriction from prosecuting those under age of 18 that will be permitted should this ordinance be approved in its current form.
Right. Do you have any questions, Mr. Tinky?
No, I do not.
I don't either.
Very good, sir.
I don't either. And I don't know if there's any information you can provide to us on the Deer Line
Yes, sir.
project.
Last week, I sent a confidential message to council indicating latest developments.
Right.
And I would request that all council review that. I will repeat that in advance of our council meeting, and we will have this discussion at the council meeting in executive session.
Okay. Anything else?
That is all I can say at this time.
I figured as much.
Yes, sir.
Okay, the next item is to adjourn. We're adjourned.